Tage Thompson and Team USA got off to a hot start in the men's Olympic ice hockey tournament, defeating Latvia by a score of 5-1. Thompson scored a power play goal assisted by Jack Eichel. Other scores from the men's tournament: Canada defeats Czechia 5-0. Switzerland defeated France 4-0. Germany defeated Denmark 3-1. Tonight, 3:10, Canada faces off with Switzerland. In other news, for Team USA, Chloe Kim went for the Olympics' first snowboarding three-peat, but takes home the silver medal. Short track speed skater Kristen Santos Griswold struggled, falling or getting knocked to the ice multiple times, which left her locked out of the medal final race. Gold medal rankings update: Norway in front, 7 gold, 2 silver, 5 bronze medals. Italy in second, 6 gold, 3 silver, and 8 bronze medals. In third is Team USA, 4 gold, 7 silver, 8 bronze medals. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Giant WGR Sports Radio 550.
You know, upon review, it really is just a sense. The sense of smell.
But a very strong one.
I could just smell things.
Or a targeted one.
Sure.
For dryer sheets only, apparently.
For scented laundry. Good morning, everybody. Jeremy and Joe. Happy Friday. How's everybody doing? Good?
Good.
Joe, Callie, Owen, you guys good? We're here today. We're hanging out.
Yeah.
On a Friday.
Excited for the weekend.
Yeah?
Yeah.
We get some hockey in.
A lot of hockey. I'm just going to sit and watch hockey. How much hockey? I mean, as much as I do any time of the year other than maybe the Stanley Cup playoffs in the next week, 2 weeks. I mean, I watched back the Germany-Denmark game because I actually did not know the result.
Was it on last night? Is that why? Or
It was on, like, there was a replay on Peacock.
Gotcha.
I guess you could rewatch some of these on Peacock, and I did not know what the score was. So I'm like, all right, I'll do this. Skip through the commercials. Watched it in like an hour.
Did you watch back the offside reviews and goaltender interference reviews?
I don't think there was one in that game.
Did you watch those in real time?
I watched those in real time, yes. And I thought of you immediately.
You can't skip through those. Those are important. Those are very, very, very important.
Yes, that's, of course, it could have been 7-1 instead.
Right.
For Latvia. It was very frustrating, though. It was. If you had been watching the USA-Latvia game yesterday, you would have saw the second goal maybe in the first period and see, all right, 2-0. Mm-hmm. Maybe you walk away for a minute and come back, and it was 1-1. Like 2 minutes later. How did that happen? The Latvian coach has the ability to challenge every goal.
How many challenges do they get? Did they get an unlimited number of challenges?
You know, I never heard the broadcast mention it, so I don't know the rule.
The broadcast?
Maybe it's unlimited.
The broadcast didn't know what to do with challenges?
I mean, they didn't have an Olympic hockey rules analyst.
Man. Well, if you watch...
Should this be the tournament where we need one?
No.
Because of all the rule changes? Because Eddie Olczyk doesn't have a clue what's going on.
That's true. We learned yesterday.
No clue.
We learned that goaltender interference in hockey internationally is different than the NHL.
You just can't be in the crease like at all.
Yeah, there's zero.
Even if you don't, because on the goal that got taken off the board by the U.S., I didn't really think they made much contact at all. Like,
no.
He maybe touched Merzlikins, but I didn't think did anything to inhibit his ability to make the save. But then, of course, the rule is if you're in the crease, it doesn't really matter if you make contact, like that's getting taken off the board.
Yeah, in the NHL, that goal stands, I think, 100 times out of 100, maybe 99 times out of 100. We've seen some bad calls.
I'll say 99.
But, and you're watching that.
Yeah. The first thought I had was I like that I know the answer quickly with their rule set. Like I know
it's not
as soon as I
it's
see,
not as subjective.
It's just he's in the crease. That's not going to count.
That's a good point.
Right.
It's over. I don't need to think about it. It's done. Like I think is it soft? Yeah. Does it make any difference to Merzlikins making that save? Absolutely not. But he was there, and that's the rule, and it's a black and white thing. You can just say, "Oh, this is the rule. This doesn't count." The NHL is a nightmare. If that happened in the NHL, like you said, I think it's probably 99 out of 100. But do you know? No. Nobody has any clue what's going to happen on that.
Whatever mood the ref's in that night.
And so I think overall, my thought was like, oh, this is kind of nice to know. I know why this isn't going to count. This is not going to count. I have no debate about it. I'm just going to let them review it stupidly because that's, takes forever anyways. But I know the answer, and it's clear, and the players know the answer, and that is maybe the most important thing.
Yep.
Is every team in this tournament right now is playing that goal for their players and going, look it.
Don't stand here.
Don't go into the crease. It will not count. And I think that's good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I after the initial, that's really soft, that, in my mind should count. But in their rule book, it doesn't. And I think it's more obvious and clear. So that's probably a good thing overall for fans.
Well, I have
they have a dedicated
video just to
video coach for Team Latvia, 4 challenges.
Okay, great. Congratulations to him.
Pateris Groms, I believe his name is.
There were actually Olympic trials where you had to challenge goals, and he won the trials. He's their country's best goal challenger.
He went 8 for 10.
Yeah, he was amazing. He throws so many challenge flags. Yeah. So, all right, great. Congratulations to Latvia for the challenge. I am an old man yelling at a cloud. I, of course, complain about officiating and rules analysts and everything. I think that hockey has been ruined more than any other sport for replay. Hockey has destroyed its product with replay, is what I think about it. And it doesn't have to be specific to that goaltender interference call. It's how many events do I even get in a night? And every single one of them, I immediately after it have to think, okay, let's all take a look and see if this counted. We are at 20 years. Mm-hmm. Is it 20? No, sorry, 10 years.
10 years.
10 years of the offside challenge, ruining this sport. Absolutely ruining it on every level. From the Olympic level to go watch a game at Canisius and there's a challenge for offside. The sport has been absolutely ruined by offside challenges and by review, by endless review, by referees on iPads. I can't say it strongly enough without yelling more. Am I nuts that this sport has been ruined the most? I don't like replay all over the place. I don't like too much replay. If you're going to call and tell me, well, football does, I'm like, I wouldn't disagree. Soccer and VAR and like everything's got some. Yeah. You can't escape replay. But to me, the whole argument the NHL used to have with Drake, hey, it's the best sport in the world to go see live. You got to see this game live. You won't believe how fast it is. Like, yeah. And then you get there and you'll see something amazing and you have to wait for officials to tell you if it counted. Mm-hmm. It has been ruined.
It's bad. It's worse than football. I would definitely give you that. I think football has gotten to a place that it's better than it ever has been because it's faster. Like
the replay process.
The replay process is lightning speed compared to what it was 15 years ago when Walt Anderson, jogs over to the sideline and he puts that little, he's going into like an 1800s camera, or he puts the little curtain over his head and he's looking at a monitor. It's way faster than it ever has been. So I'm okay with it on football.
It's faster, but it's also
more frequent,
maybe more frequent, less transparent, and also it's shady. Did you see the story from Pro Football Talk about the 2-point conversion in the Rams-Seahawks game from the regular season?
Okay.
That call.
Oh yeah, the one that was like kind of fumbled forward.
Yes. That they went back after the play, the teams are lined up to kick the ball off, and they go back after the play to award 2 points.
Yeah.
Because Terry McCauley, who's not on the broadcast, or Terry McCauley, the rules analyst, called down to say you should look at that, and then they looked at it and they awarded 2 points.
Terry McCauley, who was on the broadcast?
Terry McCauley,
he's on the broadcast.
The rules analyst. Yeah.
Wow,
The story from
I didn't know
NBCSports.com. For the critical 2-point conversion in Rams Seahawks, the NFL got an assist from Terry McCauley. That was at Pro Football Talk yesterday. The Week 16 Thursday night win, it was replay review initiated 100 seconds after the play ended. The two teams were preparing for the kickoff. Brad Allen announced the play was under review. The following week, NFL officiating and rules analyst Walt Anderson addressed the play on NFL Network's Game Day Morning. This is Mike Florio writing, glossed over the question of how someone realized the play was ruled to be a forward pass. But Florio writes, we are told reliably by 3 sources the league office became aware of the wrinkle when Prime Video rules analyst Terry McCauley called Anderson to discuss the play. Without the phone call from Terry McCauley, that's not a 2-point conversion. And the Rams likely win the game and likely are the 1 seed hosting the NFC Championship game.
Uh-huh.
The rules
what
analyst.
you're saying is Terry McCauley won the Super Bowl for the Seattle Seahawks.
What I'm saying is the rules analyst has gone so far, and replay has gone so far that now the rules analyst can call the official and say, you might want to take a look at that.
That's a mistake, though, on the real rules official more than anything, and that's still, I guess, going to happen. I just think they get more right than they used to, and it's quicker than it ever has been. It's not perfect.
I agree. It's
definitely not perfect.
I'm not here to tell you football has been ruined by replay. I think replay is probably some level of necessary evil. Hockey is the one. Hockey is the one where you can bring it in the zone and they won't call offside. There could be 30 seconds of play. A goal gets scored, and then you find out they're gonna take a look at this again.
Yeah, it's bad. I would present the only sport that I think is worse is one that maybe not even all of our listeners watch like all the time. And I think it's probably worse NBA than college basketball, but I think both are pretty bad. Like I think basketball's the worst of them. And it's mostly for me because it happens every game, and it's always at the ends of the game.
Which are already drawn out and long.
Right. And I think it's because they can only initiate reviews in the final 2 minutes. So they are calling out of bounds plays differently than they do the rest of the game because they're not allowed to review it until the final 2 minutes. So you have a different standard. And, again, the frequency of it. Every game gets grinded to a halt at the end. Now, you could argue maybe that's better because it is more frequent in hockey. Like, you only have so many scoring events that why am I looking at them when they happen? I think, though, the frequency that you see it in basketball is a nightmare. I'm not debating that hockey's not bad, though. Hockey's bad. But I would say there's one sport out there that's definitely worse. It's terrible. And, again, it's the ends of the games that is the part for me. Like, hockey's not going to go to replay review to see if, a call was offsides to see where the face-off should be when there's a minute left. That's like what the NBA does.
Right.
Would be the equivalent.
Who the ball go out of bounds.
Non-scoring plays we're reviewing at the end. I know possession is bigger there. It's all bad, though. It's all bad.
It's awful. And last night,
I don't have a problem with it in football. Like, I think they are going to get better at it, but the other sports, I have a bigger problem with.
I tend to agree. Football, I have accepted it as kind of always part of my life.
And I guess maybe you dislike the VAR in soccer more than I do.
I'm over VAR. It's fine. It's fast. It seems to often get the call right. It's fast.
Maybe that's my thing. My thing is just, I don't even really care if you review it. Just be quick about it. That's my thing.
Like if hockey could institute VAR instead of just an iPad and a person rewinding and going. If they could do that for offside, would I feel better? My answer is still probably a no.
Right. But for me, maybe it would be a yes because if you told me, okay, in 15 seconds, we have something that's going to tell me whether it was offsides rather than two referees go over to the penalty box, grab their iPad, and they're going to look at it for 2.5 minutes. That to me is the bad part. The NBA referees, the college basketball referees, they walk over to the scorer's table. They take the computer monitors, they flip them around for them. They turn on the computer. Ref grabs the mouse. Now he's looking at the play, and that takes 2 minutes. If you told me I had a system where all of that takes 15 seconds because it's VAR or it's automated or someone upstairs is already halfway through looking at it, I would be more okay with it.
Yeah. 803-0550 if you want to chime in. All right, coming up today, we'll get some calls in here. Paul Hamilton at 7 o'clock to recap Team USA's win over Latvia. Tage scored a sick goal.
Yes, he did.
And maybe we want to have a little circle of trust conversation of what it might have been like to watch Tage and Eichel on the same team. Both while they were good. Well,
I was going to say Tage wasn't good with
just a little circle of trust conversation there. Paul at 7, Dave Buchanan at 8:30. I had someone write to me, Daytona 500, lots going on in NASCAR. You should have Dave Buchanan in. And I thought, good idea. So we're going to have Dave Buchanan at 8:30. And then at 9 o'clock, Brad Riter will be in studio to pop in. You may have seen that next week, filling the 1 to 3 spot, we'll have Brad and Tim Graham for a couple of weeks. And at least all next week, it's Brad and Tim Graham. You may remember Brad. You may not. It's been a long time, but he's going to come in and he's going to basically recap the last 18 years in 10 days. That's his plan. So Brad's coming in at 9 o'clock, and we'll just kind of, shoot the breeze there. You can join us as well on this Friday. This beautiful, cold, chilly Friday with hockey on. More hockey. Sweden and Finland.
Do you think it's possible, by the way?
Shouldn't this have a name like the something Derby, like the North London, the Scandinavian Derby? Right?
Yeah.
Finland, Sweden should have a name. I'm sure it does, and I just don't know it. The
might not.
The little brown jug, the haggis cup, the something. It's got to have a name. It should.
I don't think it does.
Well, let's give it one. Paul in Akron is up on the phones. Hey, Paul. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. One element of that, the challenges you're not bringing up is the emotions in the fans when you're watching the TV or even at the game when you see your team make a big play. Now, you want to call it hockey or football, but now you really don't celebrate right away. Is there a flag? Is there a whatever? So you feel like you're robbed of your total celebration. It's like, yeah, okay, it was a touchdown. Instead of screaming in the moment, you're waiting for a flag or something like that. But you guys were talking about the disallowed goals, and I just wanted to bring up a bad memory. Yeah, I'm sure you guys know the Brett Hull goal. It's like I thought that was going to just be called back. I mean, I was just like, look at, it's like 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, sitting in my cellar with my friends, and it's got to be called back. I know it was Game 6. We still had to play him again, but they were just given the cup. And every time I see Brett Hull on the TV and his little smirk, I was just like, you just stole something, dude. You didn't win that. You stole that. Don't even think that you won that. You were just given that. But, I just wanted to bring that up since we had a couple disallowed goals yesterday. You guys have a good morning.
Thanks, Paul. Thanks. Yeah. What you mentioned there is the inability to just experience unbridled joy because you're waiting for someone to tell you if it counted.
That's only us, though, right? The players don't do that. The players celebrate as if any other goal has happened all the time.
Sure,
right?
fine.
Like when Hughes scores yesterday,
but I'm not worried
he's
about the
not
players.
turning and looking for the ref.
I'm worried about me. I'm worried about the viewer. I'm worried about the sport. If I was the czar of sports, I would tell hockey that it is never allowed to challenge offside ever again. It is not to the spirit of the game. Like one guy was offside in a playoff series 12 years ago. Mm-hmm. And because of that, it's just like we've ruined the flow of these games. And even at the Olympic level, I mean, I know I'm just complaining, and I just complain on the air a lot, which is, that's how this goes sometimes. I just can't get over how you could somehow, I'm able to suspend disbelief and just really get into a game in the moment, and U.S. goes up 2-0. It's like, let's go. Oh, that's right. There's going to be replay. And immediately, I want to turn games off. That's where I get to. I'm like, I don't want to watch this sport. It's so bad. Anyway, I think it's been ruined by the most. Baseball's quick-ish, right?
Are they quick?
They do replay, but what's baseball going to look at? A tag or a... There are fewer subjective things.
That's true, but like when they were looking at like whether a ball was foul or if it like the World Series play that actually I think would have decided the World Series. Didn't they review a play that the Blue Jays would have won on? The tag at the plate. Not the tag at the plate.
Yes.
There was a review of whether the catcher's foot came off home.
Yes.
And that took a long time to review, but I mean, again, they might have taken extra time than normal because they knew this play decides who wins the World Series.
That's another example, though, of how it's so terrible. Imagine he's ruled to be home, safe, and they win the World Series. And how do you find out? You find out by waiting for someone to watch a monitor and to tell you that it happened. It's just brutal. 803-0550.
You want a crazy stat from yesterday?
Sure.
All the crossover from U.S. development program, all their time with the Sabres. Yesterday was the first time that Jack Eichel ever assisted on a Tage Thompson goal. That was the first time that ever happened.
At any level?
At any level. Now, Thompson, as I looked up, how many goals do you think he scored while Eichel was on the team?
6.
In 3 years, he scored 15.
Okay.
So there weren't many opportunities. I'm not sure they ever played on the same line, but that was the first time that Eichel ever assisted on a goal by him.
I found myself wondering what the conversation is about, like what their relationship might have been like when they were teammates. You've got plenty of former Sabres and teammates at that time that did not think Eichel was a terrible teammate. Tage might have been one that thought he was. Who knows? I just wonder if, does Jack think like, hey, you guys got it going there? That's cool, right? He could sit there and, take a shot at a crowd not being allowed 2 or 3 years ago, but does he look at it now and say, like, good for the people there? Like, they were always nice to me.
Wasn't there a story about the All-Star game last year where Dahlin and Eichel were at a bar or whatever, and someone sent shots over to somebody, and, like, we're joking around about it? I don't know. Felt like Dahlin and Eichel were still friendly about it.
Yeah.
I don't know about Tage. They're on the same team now. So
Yes, they are.
I'd imagine Olympic Village, years have passed if there was any. And remember, Thompson wasn't even here the whole time.
That's right.
He was here that first year where they went on the 10-game win streak. And then, if you remember in Thompson's career arc, he went to Rochester.
Yeah,
he was going
to rehab a shoulder injury.
No, I think just to go. Like, he had just been demoted because he had played so poorly that year. Then he played so well in Rochester, he got called up. And the first game up, he got injured and was out for the year. So that was kind of it from there. So they missed maybe like a full season or season and a half that they could have played together.
Yeah.
So
803-0550 and 1-888-552-550. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. The chat's open for you. You can jump in the YouTube chat.
It's 1-0
if you'd
Finland.
like. 1-0 Finland. I've decided that Finland wins the jersey contest. The jerseys go hard.
Blue's a little dark.
It is dark, but it's blue and purple. And
You like the lion.
The crest is why they win. It's a giant lion holding a sword. Like that wins. Your crest wins.
Did you see the lion on the... There's another team with a lion on it.
That's right. It's Denmark. Denmark has a big lion, a red, white, and black. That's cool, too.
Yep.
Latvia could use like a jersey makeover. A little drab.
Yeah, France didn't look ready for it.
No, right.
They just got some lines.
Considering the fashion, in France, you'd think that France's jerseys would be a little better. But Finland wins. Finland's got the best. Sweden's got
You like it more than Slovakia?
Yes.
I love Slovakia's pops.
It does.
The red and the blue, like the shades of it, and the mountain range in it. Oh, I'll give you Finland one of the top two for me.
Sweden right now looks a little Michigan to me. Like their colors are yellow and gold like Michigan is, but they've kind of darkened the yellow and the blue to look a little more maize and blue to me.
You know why I love Sweden's jerseys? Because their away uniforms are yellow, which means they don't have a white one.
Right.
Which means I get color on color every time Sweden wears that yellow jersey. It's great.
That's right.
It's like the only time in hockey I get color on color is Sweden's got to be playing.
You can join us at 803-0550. One thing to talk about with Paul at 7 o'clock. I don't know that Seth Appert will be stealing this idea, but the Sabres power play could use some ideas maybe. Tage down low.
Mm-hmm. That was surprised me. I thought he was going to play high slot. He was like in front of the net and then down low.
Yeah.
They did switch him with Eichel in the third period. Third period, Eichel went down low and Tage was up on the wing. But
Those
where
two
he-
on the same side's a pretty darn good power play.
yeah.
Yeah,
But where he scored his goal was from down low.
Yeah.
We talked yesterday, Joe, about him playing that high slot spot, and I mentioned to you, like, I don't know if I like him there because that's such a quick play spot.
Yeah.
And the goal line is the opposite of that. The goal line is you get it, and you can kind of hold it. You're going to get a little room because you're not necessarily a shooting threat from down there without making a move. So I really like that spot for Thompson because it lets him get the puck on his stick and kind of work with it, which is where he's at his best, I think. When he's able to kind of wiggle around and open up lanes with his long stick or his length, he doesn't use a long stick, but like open up lanes that he can get it through or, make a move to the net with his big frame. That's a nice little spot for him, I think. I liked that decision from them a lot.
I liked him there. Yeah.
All right. We'll talk about it with Paul. Power play goal for Tage. Nice goal for Tage. The U.S., by the end of the game, they were like the Globetrotters out there. I mean, they were doing whatever they wanted to against Latvia.
Goal they scored at the end of the second period.
It was nice.
It was like it wasn't quite tic-tac-toe, but Hughes finding Nelson maybe was the one who scored that one.
Nelson.
Yeah. I saw somebody clip that tweet and said, when the sport was invented, this is what they pictured. Like this kind of movement of the puck, of the players.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can join us, by the way, on anything on the Olympics. We've got some football stuff to get to as well. The U.S. wins their opener. Canada wins its opener. On to tomorrow for those teams. Meanwhile, Sweden and Finland will play today. Right now, Finland leading it 1-0. Jeremy and Joe, give us a ring. We're going to talk a lot of things. One thing we're going to talk about today, Joe, whether you like it or not, is Super Mario Brothers 3. Because I went down the rabbit hole last night off of Twitter. Got so many things to tell you about that game. 36 years ago yesterday, so we're gonna digress at some point, and then whatever else comes our way. Paul at 7 here on WGR. I am an old man yelling at a cloud. I, of course, complain about officiating and rules analysts and everything. I think that hockey has been ruined more than any other sport for replay. Hockey has destroyed its product with replay is what I think about it. And it doesn't have to be specific to that goaltender interference call. It's how many events do I even get in a night? And every single one of them, I immediately after it have to think, okay, let's all take a look and see if this counted. We are at 20 years. Mm-hmm. Is it 20? No, I'm sorry, 10 years.
10 years.
10 years of the offside challenge, ruining this sport. Absolutely ruining it on every level. From the Olympic level to go watch a game at Canisius and there's a challenge for offside. The sport has been absolutely ruined by offside challenges and by review, by endless review, by referees on iPads. I can't say it strongly enough without yelling more. Am I nuts that this sport has been ruined the most? I don't like replay all over the place. I don't like too much replay. If you're going to call and tell me, well, football does, I'm like, I wouldn't disagree. Soccer and VAR and like everything's got some. Yeah. You can't escape replay. But to me, the whole argument the NHL used to have with Drake, hey, it's the best sport in the world to go see live. You got to see this game live. You won't believe how fast it is. Like, yeah. And then you get there and you'll see something amazing and you have to wait for officials to tell you if it counted. Mm. It has been ruined. Maybe we learned yesterday.
No clue.
We learned that goaltender interference in hockey internationally is different than the NHL.
You just can't be in the crease like at all.
Yeah, there's zero.
Even if you don't, because on the goal that got taken off the board by the U.S., I didn't really think they made much contact at all. Like he maybe touched Merzlikins, but I didn't think did anything to inhibit his ability to make the save. But then, of course, the rule is, if you're in the crease, it doesn't really matter if you make contact. Like that's getting taken off the board.
Yeah, in the NHL, that goal stands, I think, 100 times out of 100, maybe 99 times out of 100. We've seen some bad calls.
I'll say 99.
But and you're watching that.
Yeah, I the first thought I had was I like that I know the answer quickly with their rule set. Like I know
it's not
as soon as I
it's
see,
not as subjective.
It's just he's in the crease. That's not going to count.
That's a good point.
Right.
It's over. I don't need to think about it. It's done. Like I think is it soft? Yeah. Does it make any difference to Merzlikins making that save? Absolutely not. but he was there, and that's the rule, and it's a black and white thing. You can just say, oh, this is the rule, this doesn't count. The NHL is a nightmare. If that happened in the NHL, like you said, I think it's probably 99 out of 100, but do you know? No. Nobody has any clue what's going to happen on that.
Whatever mood the ref's in that night.
And so I think overall, my thought was like, oh, this is kind of nice to know. I know why this isn't going to count. This is not going to count. I have no debate about it. I'm just going to let them review it stupidly because that's, takes forever anyways. But I know the answer, and it's clear, and the players know the answer, and that is maybe the most important thing.
Yep.
Is every team in this tournament right now is playing that goal for their players and going, look it.
Don't stand here.
Don't go into the crease. It will not count. And I think that's good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I after the initial, that's really soft, that, in my mind should count. But in their rule book, it doesn't. And I think it's more obvious and clear. So that's probably a good thing overall for fans.
Tage Thompson and Team USA got off to a hot start, defeating Latvia by a score of 5-1 to start off the men's Olympic hockey tournament. From their perspective, Thompson scored a power play goal assisted by Jack Eichel. Other scores from the men's tournament: Canada defeats Czechia 5-0, Switzerland defeated France 4-0, and Germany defeats Denmark 3-1. Rasmus Dahlin, Team Sweden, they're in action as we speak against Finland. It is currently 1-0 for Finland right now. We'll keep you posted on that as the morning rolls on. Today at 3:10, Canada faces off with Switzerland. In other news for Team USA, Chloe Kim went for the Olympic first snowboarding three-peat, but takes home silver. Short track speed skater Kirsten Santos Griswold struggled, falling or getting knocked to the ice multiple times, which left her locked out of the medal final race. A gold medal rankings update: Norway in front, 7 gold, 2 silver, and 5 bronze medals. Italy in second, 6 gold, 3 silver, and 8 bronze medals. In third is the USA, 4 gold, 7 silver, and 8 bronze medals. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
USA, they had 2 shots in their first. Here's Eichel. Now Tage Thompson. Backhand shot up top. He scores! 3-1 United States. Thompson on the power play.
Tage Thompson scores his first Olympic goal.
I was worried right before that because team's loaded and Clayton Keller already is a great skilled player that's not in their lineup. And right before Thompson scored on the power play, he missed a shift. He wasn't out there. It was the Larkin-Connor line that he had practiced with all throughout the week. He had played with them the first period. He had played with them the second period. And late in the second, Sullivan put JT Miller on that line in Thompson's spot. And I thought, uh-oh. Was there something he didn't like or he just doesn't like his game or something, and now we're going to get some of this nonsense and he's going to find himself down the lineup? And then he went out on the power play and immediately scored and played the rest of the game. So maybe crisis averted. Maybe there was never going to be a crisis. There's more forwards in the lineup, so maybe they were just doing a rotation.
I was going to say, you wonder if the coach will play everybody, just get players in.
Yeah, because you dress 13 forwards.
Right. This came up in the
or you can, at least.
Basketball Olympics. Who did they never play? Didn't Steve Kerr not play someone?
Tyrese Halliburton.
The whole Olympics, he never played.
Did you hear his story he told on LeBron's podcast about that?
No.
He talked about, I don't have it like word for word, but how he was so excited to get to the Olympics, and he found out like the first day there, Steve Kerr was giving a speech, how like good the team is, and we only have so many minutes, like not everybody's going to be able to play. And Halliburton is sitting there, and he's looking around at the other players, and he's seeing Steph, and he's seeing LeBron, and he's seeing Durant. He's like, oh, he's talking about me.
Right.
He's talking about, I'm the one who's not going to play. And then sure enough, he like didn't really play. So it's kind of that's going on too here.
Some NFL news. You want to give us a call on the Olympic hockey? You can. Canada plays Switzerland today, 3:10. There's news from football that the Rams and Niners will open the season in Melbourne, Australia, and it could be the season opener, and it could be on Wednesday.
Right.
A Wednesday, September 9th. So John Allrand is reporting that the Niners-Rams game will happen as part of the NFL's opening weekend, which could mean Wednesday, Thursday, Friday to open the NFL season, because in the last couple seasons, Brazil has been on Friday. The champs usually open on Thursday, Brazil on Friday. This report indicates the Seahawks could also open on Wednesday and the Australia game be on Thursday. But it looks like the season opens with the Rams and the Niners in Australia. And it might be before the Seahawks open, which would kind of buck tradition.
Yeah, that's all it comes down to, right? Is do they care about tradition of that enough to say, let's move the season opening game to Wednesday? Because they're going all the way to Australia, I think it makes the most sense for everybody if you just say it's not a strong enough condition. It's not a strong enough tradition that we need to force it. Let's just play this game on Wednesday and have this be the first game of the NFL season. Because that would make the most sense for everybody that's involved in a game in Australia.
Yeah.
Give them the extra day to come back from 22 hours away, basically.
It has not always been the defending Super Bowl champs. In fact, they've opened on a Wednesday before. The Cowboys and Giants opened on a Wednesday in 2012. I do not remember that.
No, I don't remember.
And then back in 2003, this is only and in 2019.
I was going to say they did it for the 100th year anniversary.
Packers-Bears.
Yeah.
In 2019, Packers-Bears opened the season instead of the Super Bowl champion, the defending champs. There's also one in here. It happened in 2013. The defending Super Bowl champs opened on the road because of a scheduling conflict.
Mm-hmm.
So it's, they also had a rematch of the Super Bowl in 2016, Carolina and Denver.
Okay.
So they're not like locked in, and they could just say, well, sometimes we're going to do something different. In the interest of getting Australia in the books, let's open the season with two teams that were not in the Super Bowl. I mean, Rams-Niners are two darn good teams.
That's the thing. It's such a good matchup that if it was like the Jets involved, then I would say move it around. Who cares? It's 1 day difference. But out of respect to the teams that are having to go all the way over there, and when it is a good matchup, like I got no problem with Rams and 49ers. It's the first day of the season. Yeah. That's a great game. So I think you should put that on Wednesday and just not care about it. But if they move things around, I guess I like though that we have standalone games on 4 separate days of the week now.
Yeah.
Right? Like just put one on Saturday and make it a whole marathon, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Right?
This is a spot where people would say, like,
5-day run in a row.
This is where someone is supposed to tweet or say, pigs get fat, hogs get slaughtered, something like that, right? Because the NFL's looking for too much and getting too greedy. And I'm sitting here saying, like,
they're only doing it week 1.
I'm like, I'm watching that Wednesday game. They went to Wednesday for Christmas games, and they'll probably do it again. Here's another Wednesday for the opener.
They're going to keep doing that until people stop watching, right?
Yeah.
They will push forward on, let's throw a game on Wednesday. What happens? Everybody watches it. All right, that worked.
Yeah, Wednesdays.
All right, let's put a game on Friday night. What happened? Everybody watched it. That worked. Let's do this. Like, until that stops happening, they're going to continue to push the envelope.
Yeah, what would even be the scenario where people don't watch it? What would it be? The game's on the
2
moon.
o'clock in the morning.
On the moon. Oh, I'm going to watch it.
Well, time, that was
Time
the one thing.
zone is it, yeah.
Time zone, and they are going to the most extreme time zone that they can go to.
Yep.
So what is that going to look like? The game is going to be a night game here?
Well, you want to know what time it is in Melbourne?
Yeah, I want to know.
Right now?
I want to know like what time would it be there and what time would it be here?
Right now, it is 10:40 p.m. in Melbourne. So when would that game happen? Does that game happen at 1 p.m.? Is it happen at noon? If it happens at noon, then the game is in prime time in the United States, basically. If it's at noon, then let's rewind how many hours that is. That's 10 hours and 40 minutes.
Okay, it does kind of line up.
Yeah.
Because here, if you wanted it to be a night game and put it on at 8:20, you want to put it on at 8:20 at night, like that's the average, right, for these night games? 8:20 p.m. Eastern time would be 11:20 in the morning in Australia.
So there you go.
And that works.
You put it on 11:20 in the morning in Australia.
Yeah.
Or maybe 12:30 and just call it a 9 o'clock start on the East Coast. I mean, we've had games pushed. It's a little late, but they've done it before. They'll do a doubleheader on Monday Night Football where there's a 10:15 kickoff.
I think 11:20 in the morning is perfectly fine for a football game.
That might be
doesn't college football do that all the time? Like those Big 12 teams that play like there's noon Eastern, but
there's big noon kickoff, but 11:20.
But if big noon kickoff is one time zone over, it's 11 for those fans.
That's right.
Right?
That's right.
If Nebraska plays big noon kickoff at home, Nebraska's playing at 11 o'clock their time.
I bet it's more likely the game in Australia is at like 1 o'clock. And
1 o'clock what?
p.m. So that on the
Eastern?
on the East Coast, it ends up being like 10:30 p.m. That's what I would bet.
I think that's late.
They do it already. I get games in San Francisco on Monday Night Football that start at 10:15 locally.
But I
don't think they're going to submarine their Australia endeavor with a 11:30 a.m. kickoff.
See, I think this depends what you think their real motivation is. And I have long believed that their motivation to grow the game is secondary to they are looking to expand into different TV windows. And this is a Wednesday where they're like, that's why I think they play in London. It's not as much they're growing the game in England. It's they want morning football to take over the 9 o'clock time window for television.
In your scenario, 11:30 a.m. Australia is not a new television window anywhere.
No, right. It's already 8:20.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess that's right. I just think they care the most. Number one is the ratings.
Yes.
And more people are going to watch it if it's at 8:20
and people
at
buying
Eastern time.
And people buying standalone games. 803-0550.
I'm excited to have it, though.
Sure.
It's another day to watch my fantasy players not do anything.
That's right. Yeah. 803-0550.
Which means, I think, are we in a league? Is it Paul's league? Someone's league drafts the day before the season. And that will now have to get bumped back a day if there's going to be a Wednesday football game. All right.
Into it.
Little disappointed the Bills weren't the team in Australia. Would have liked to do Australia.
Sure, why not? Little disappointed.
I could do it without the Bills involved.
The Dolphins, their GM was at like a town hall and answered a question on Tua, which is very interesting. And I stumbled my way into a who says no idea on Jalen Waddle. Like Miami should follow a Bills model. I'll tell you what I mean when we get back, and we'll play the Tua comment because it all plays in. If Miami is smart, there's a way to play where they are right now. I'll explain that next. Maybe we learned yesterday.
No clue.
We learned that goaltender interference in hockey internationally is different than the NHL.
You just can't be in the crease like at all.
Yeah, there's
zero. Even if you don't, because on the goal that got taken off the board by the U.S., I didn't really think they made much contact at all. Like, he maybe touched Merzlikins, but I didn't think did anything to inhibit his ability to make the save. But then, of course, the rule is if you're in the crease, it doesn't really matter if you make contact. Like, that's getting taken off the board.
Yeah, in the NHL, that goal stands, I think, 100 times out of 100, maybe 99 times out of 100. We've seen some bad calls.
I'll say 99.
But, and you're watching that.
Yeah. I the first thought I had was I like that I know the answer quickly with their rule set. Like I know
it's not
as soon as I
it's
see,
not as subjective.
It's just he's in the crease. That's not going to count.
That's a good point.
Right.
It's over. I don't need to think about it. It's done. Like I think is it soft? Yeah. Does it make any difference to Merzlikins making that save? Absolutely not. But he was there, and that's the rule, and it's a black and white thing. You can just say, oh, this is the rule. This doesn't count. The NHL is a nightmare. If that happened in the NHL, like you said, I think it's probably 99 out of 100. But do you know? No. Nobody has any clue what's going to happen on that.
Whatever mood the ref's in that night.
And so I think overall, my thought was like, oh, this is kind of nice to know. I know why this isn't going to count. This is not going to count. I have no debate about it. I'm just going to let them review it stupidly because that's, takes forever anyways. But I know the answer, and it's clear. And the players know the answer, and that is maybe the most important thing.
Yep.
Is every team in this tournament right now is playing that goal for their players and going, look it.
Don't stand here.
Don't go into the crease. It will not count. And I think that's good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I after the initial, that's really soft. That, in my mind should count. But in their rule book, it doesn't. And I think it's more obvious and clear. So that's probably a good thing overall for fans.
I am an old man yelling at a cloud. I, of course, complain about officiating and rules analysts and everything. I think that hockey has been ruined more than any other sport for replay. Hockey has destroyed its product with replay, is what I think about it. And it doesn't have to be specific to that goaltender interference call. It's how many events do I even get in a night? And every single one of them, I immediately after it have to think, okay, let's all take a look and see if this counted. We are at 20 years. Mm-hmm. Is it 20? No, I'm sorry, 10 years.
10 years.
10 years of the offside challenge, ruining this sport. Absolutely ruining it on every level. From the Olympic level to go watch a game at Canisius and there's a challenge for offside. The sport has been absolutely ruined by offside challenges and by review, by endless review, by referees on iPads. I can't say it strongly enough without yelling more. Am I nuts that this sport has been ruined the most? I don't like replay all over the place. I don't like too much replay. If you're going to call and tell me, well, football does, I'm like, I wouldn't disagree. Soccer and VAR and like everything's got some. Yeah. You can't escape replay. But to me, the whole argument the NHL used to have with Drake, hey, it's the best sport in the world to go see live. You got to see this game live. You won't believe how fast it is. Like, yeah. And then you get there and you'll see something amazing and you have to wait for officials to tell you if it counted. Mm-hmm. It has been ruined.
Tua has been a very good player in this league. He's done a lot of really good things for the Miami Dolphins. You guys should be proud to have him and having had him, I don't know what the future holds right now. And I told Tua that. We're working through some things. What I can tell you is that we're going to infuse competition into that room. Whether Tua's part of the room or whether he's not part of the room, we're going to infuse competition into that room like we will do at every other position. Tua knows where we are. We've been very honest and upfront. And Tua also knows that he will be the first to know when we make a decision. So if Tua's the first to know, you guys can't be the first to know. And I know that you respect and appreciate that, but we're getting close to a decision. And when we do, we'll let Tua know whether he's going to be part of this or not. And
that is Dolphins GM John Eric Sullivan.
There is no way Tua's on that team next year after that.
Well, there's going to be competition. All right, nobody tell the Dolphins, but here's what they should obviously do, the very smartest thing they could do.
Mm-hmm.
They should do what the Bills did, which they have the 11th pick this year, Miami does. They should not pick a quarterback. If somebody wants to trade into that spot for a quarterback, they should definitely take it. They should do one of two things. They should trade out of 11 for a first next year. If somebody wants to come up, doesn't matter who it is it the Bills? Maybe. Maybe not. Or if Jalen Waddle is still to be traded for a 2027 first, they should do that too. They should trade everything they can for as many picks in 2027 as possible. They should consider, if they want to make a real good bet, call a team you don't expect to be good and trade the 11th pick for currency next year. Because next year's quarterback class is supposed to be the great one. This one is not at all.
Right?
Not at all. So you're Miami. You're looking for a franchise quarterback. You don't even really have to tank if you have additional firsts. If you enter next year, 2027, with your first and someone else's, maybe two other firsts, you could get to the top and make sure you get one of the top quarterbacks. But a brand new GM, we played it. Todd McShay saying anyone trading 2027 capital for this year should be put in a loony bin, which, flip it around. You'd be a genius to trade this year's picks for 2027. Miami is not expected to compete. Their odds to make the playoffs or win the Super Bowl are longer than any team in football.
Right.
They are total rebuild. And the smartest thing that Miami could do would be to say, let's make sure we are A, picking high next year, and B, have multiple firsts. Find a way to an additional first next year, like the Bills did when they executed the trade down from Mahomes, and they got lucky that they ended up getting to Josh Allen because trading out of Mahomes was tough in retrospect. But that approach for Miami is the right approach. They should look at 2020. They should already look and say, we're getting our quarterback in 2027. Jeff Hafley, here's your culture year. Establish it. Get some pieces. Next year, you gun for your quarterback.
Which makes it look like that both the Dolphins GM and also Brandon Beane made a mistake at the trade deadline.
Yes, right. Because the report is that the Dolphins, the Bills wanted to give a 2027 first.
Right, and the Dolphins wanted a 2026 first.
Right, and in retrospect, it should have been a 2027 first. It would have been better for
both sides. Like
it would have been better for everybody.
Beane should have been willing to say, okay, 2026, not as good of a draft. And the Dolphins should have been saying, okay, we'll do 2027 that you're offering because that's a better draft.
But they didn't have
need a quarterback.
They didn't have their current GM at the time.
Right.
If they had their current GM at the time, that deal probably gets done. If you're talking to your scouts about this year versus next year.
Do you want to make the same offer?
Or if John Eric Sullivan is sitting here like, all right, how am I going to build this into a good team? The answer is, I should probably stockpile 2027 picks.
Try the same offer with a different GM?
Maybe.
Is that a bad idea? He's a good player. He's a really good player.
Do you have any fear of giving up the Bills' 2027 first because of uncertainty about next season? Right now, if you gave up your first, it's 26th. You know that. If you trade next year's, you do run the risk of having a Chiefs season. The Chiefs just went 6-11. Mahomes got hurt.
Sure.
Like a Burrow year. There are years where the Bills haven't had one of these yet. If you give it up not knowing what it is, and all of a sudden, like, oh, man, they had a terrible year, and it's the 13th pick, that hurts. No hesitation?
I would have no hesitation.
Okay.
I mean, it could happen. You get injuries. Kansas City, remember, had that season before Mahomes got hurt. Like, they were getting eliminated.
Yeah.
They were on the final drive to stay alive in the playoffs when Mahomes got hurt.
That's right.
So
and
they were going to be picking in the teens probably anyway.
probably
maybe they win one more game or two more games and they go to the 14th pick instead of the 9th pick.
I think they probably win at least 2 to 3 more games.
All right, and they would have gone to 14th or 15th.
Sure,
they still would have missed the playoffs.
Sure, 15th to 18th. Right,
yeah, they weren't going to be higher than 16th.
They wouldn't be picking 9, which is where they are.
Right, but still, it would be top of the half of the first round,
Mm-hmm.
and I can't see the Bills with Allen. I can't with Allen, and one thing that makes him different, I think, right now than the Ravens or the Bengals or these other teams that have the elite quarterbacks is your quarterbacks have had injury problems, and this one hasn't. Doesn't mean it can't happen. Knock on wood. Doesn't mean it can't happen. But
I'm just knocking for the next 5 minutes.
He battles through everything, and because that's the other part of it, right? Jackson at least does this. Mahomes and Burrow maybe don't. There sometimes are the mid-level injuries that they'll miss games for, and that doesn't happen with this quarterback.
That's right. It doesn't happen with this quarterback.
And the team is good enough when he's on the field that I think the lowest they would ever pick with him playing an entire year is 22nd.
Not only does that not happen with Josh, and again, knocking on all the wood, when Josh is hurt, he doesn't tell you.
That's what I mean, right?
Right. The other quarterbacks will
I was
sometimes miss a game
Yeah.
or let you know they're hurting. And for Josh, how are you? Fine. Next week, walking boot, crutches.
Yeah, he had a broken bone.
He does not tell you when he's hurt.
Right.
Did you break your hand? No, I'm fine. Next week, cast. You sure about that?
Right.
He doesn't tell anybody when he's hurt. Anyway, we'll get to Paul on the other side, break down Team USA and Team Canada as the Olympic hockey tournament is underway. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. I am an old man yelling at a cloud. I, of course, complain about officiating and rules analysts and everything. I think that hockey has been ruined more than any other sport for replay. Hockey has destroyed its product with replay, is what I think about it. And it doesn't have to be specific to that goaltender interference call. It's how many events do I even get in a night? And every single one of them, I immediately after it have to think, okay, let's all take a look and see if this counted. We are at 20 years. Mm-hmm. Is it 20? No, sorry, 10 years.
10 years.
10 years of the offside challenge, ruining this sport. Absolutely ruining it on every level. From the Olympic level to go watch a game at Canisius and there's a challenge for offside. The sport has been absolutely ruined by offside challenges and by review, by endless review, by referees on iPads. I can't say it strongly enough without yelling more. Am I nuts that this sport has been ruined the most? I don't like replay all over the place. I don't like too much replay. If you're going to call and tell me, well, football does it, I'm like, I wouldn't disagree. Soccer and VAR and everything's got some. Yeah. You can't escape replay. But to me, the whole argument the NHL used to have with hey, it's the best sport in the world to go see live. You got to see this game live. You won't believe how fast it is. Yeah. And then you get there and you'll see something amazing and you have to wait for officials to tell you if it counted. Mm-hmm. It has been ruined. Maybe we learned yesterday.
No clue.
We learned that goaltender interference in hockey internationally is different than the NHL.
You just can't be in the crease at all.
Yeah, there's zero.
Even if you don't, because on the goal that got taken off the board by the U.S., I didn't really think they made much contact at all.
No.
He maybe touched Merzlikins, but I didn't think did anything to inhibit his ability to make the save. But then, of course, the rule is if you're in the crease, it doesn't really matter. If you make contact, that's getting taken off the board.
Yeah, in the NHL, that goal stands, I think, 100 times out of 100, maybe 99 times out of 100. We've seen some bad calls.
I'll say 99.
But, and you're watching that.
Yeah. The first thought I had was I like that I know the answer quickly with their rule set. I know
it's not
as soon as I see.
It's not as subjective.
It's just, he's in the crease. That's not going to count.
That's a good point.
Right.
It's over. I don't need to think about it. It's done. Like, I think is it soft? Yeah. Does it make any difference to Merzlikins making that save? Absolutely not. But he was there, and that's the rule, and it's a black and white thing. You can just say, oh, this is the rule, this doesn't count. The NHL is a nightmare. If that happened in the NHL, like you said, I think it's probably 99 out of 100, but do you know? No. Nobody has any clue what's going to happen on that.
Whatever mood the ref's in that night.
And so I think overall, my thought was like, oh, this is kind of nice to know. I know why this isn't going to count. This is not going to count. I have no debate about it. I'm just going to let them review it stupidly because that's, takes forever anyways. But I know the answer, and it's clear, and the players know the answer, and that is maybe the most important thing.
Yep.
Is every team in this tournament right now is playing that goal for their players and going, look it.
Don't stand here.
Don't go into the crease. It will not count. And I think that's good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I after the initial, that's really soft. That, in my mind should count. But in their rule book, it doesn't. And I think it's more obvious and clear. So that's probably a good thing overall for fans.
Tage Thompson and Team USA got off to a hot start in the men's Olympic ice hockey tournament, defeating Latvia by a score of 5-1. Thompson scored a power play goal assisted by Jack Eichel. Other scores from the men's tournament: Canada defeated Czechia 5-0, Switzerland defeated France 4-0, and Germany defeated Denmark 3-1. Rasmus Dahlin and Team Sweden in action as we speak against Finland. It's currently 2-0 Finland. Today at 3:10, Canada faces off with Switzerland as well. In other news for Team USA, Chloe Kim went out for the Olympics. First snowboarding three-peat, but ended up taking home the silver medal. Short track speed skater Kristen Santos Griswold struggled, falling, getting knocked to the ice multiple times, which left her locked out of the medal final race. In a gold medal rankings update, Norway in front, 7 gold, 2 silver, 5 bronze medals. Italy in second with 6 gold, 3 silver, 8 bronze medals. And in third, USA, 4 gold, 7 silver, and 8 bronze medals. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Paul Hamilton is joining us here to break down Team USA's win, talk Olympic hockey tournament. Jeremy and Joe, happy Friday, everybody. Good morning. And good morning to you, Paul.
Hello, how are you?
We're good. We're watching Sweden and Finland right now. Tournament is going full force, men's side and women's side. It's a beautiful thing. One thing I noticed is there was a lot made about this rink and how it wasn't really ready as fast as many thought, and how it's shorter than an NHL rink, but I don't know if any players are talking about it, Paul. It just looks like hockey to me, on an NHL-sized ice, even though it might be a little bit short.
I haven't read a thing about anybody talking about the rink.
Yeah.
So I think it's been fine. So, yeah, if they're talking about it, as I said, it's not making headlines.
One thing Joe's talking about, the size of the Jumbotron, though.
Oh,
you take a look at it. It's like a 37-inch television.
Why even put it in there? The players on the screen are smaller than the players on the ice. I'm sure it's a little thing.
Yeah, it's nuts.
Like, in reality, too, it is little.
Yeah, I didn't notice that.
Yeah.
Well, Paul, let's talk Team USA and the win they got over Latvia. We saw Tage Thompson and Jack Eichel connecting for a goal on the power play. Nice play from Thompson. And I guess like the big thing to talk about for Sabres fans is seeing Thompson in a couple different spots on that power play, including down low, a spot he's not often with the Sabres.
Well, it's like Thompson and Eichel are still playing together. I mean, it's like they picked up right where they left off when Eichel was a Sabre. They're both on that side, and they both are interchangeable in what we're seeing with them. It's like, for example, Thompson was in the corner, came out, Eichel found him, and he came out, made the play, scored the goal. Later on, they flipped, and now Eichel was down low. And that's when he found Matthews in front for the other power play goal. So they were interchanging over on that left side, kind of taking turns, which kind of makes a headache for the other team. Now, don't forget, Thompson only has 5 power play goals this year in the NHL. Yeah. Even strength goals, he's second in the league with 25. Mm-hmm. Only Nate McKinnon is more with 32. So, he has not been scoring power play goals this year. But as I said, he and Eichel were working it like they used to. And as I said, it didn't look like that they had been apart at all.
And Tage's spot on the power play for the Sabres has been established for quite some time. Joe, you've been going over numbers, though, about like his shooting percentage.
It's really low.
It's really low. I mean, I'm not out here to say the Sabres need to reinvent their power play because he has scored from over there quite a bit. But I wonder if Seth Appert watches and thinks, do I have someone that I could use with him over there to kind of run the same kind of thing where Tage would maybe move around a little more?
Well, insert the right name. It's Lindy Ruff, not Seth Appert. It's
sure.
Lindy Ruff's power play. And it's, the thing is with the Sabres, teams are taking him away. I mean, he might get the shot off, but it's not the Tage Thompson, cannon shot from there, because if he gets the shot, he really isn't getting a chance to wind it up and take the one-timer because they're taking it away from him. So that play is always going to be there for the Sabres until they do it enough that teams take it away. And that's, coming out from the corner and scoring that way on the power play. It's the reason it's there for the Sabres is because they rarely do it. And, they've only have a couple of goals doing it that way, so it's wide open. I think Tage did get a power play goal recently by coming out from the corner like that. Ostlund has one, Tuck has one, and I believe Doan has one. But that's it.
Yeah.
Because they don't do it all that often. But it's wide open anytime they want to start doing it. And the thing is, if they would do it more, it's just another headache for the other team. And that would open up Tage more in the circle if teams had to respect that, thinking, the Sabres are starting to do that now. We got to start guarding that.
Yeah. Did he look comfortable when he was down low other than when he scored, Paul? Did he look like someone that hadn't done it really a lot?
No, he looked fine. Yeah, I liked the way they were snapping it around on the power play. And, I thought he looked fine over there. As I said, I thought he and Eichel, it just was obvious to me right away. It's like, wow. But they look like they've been teammates the whole time.
Yeah. By the way, the Thompson stat, you're right about the even strength goals. If you expand that out to last year, because remember he led the league, I think, in even strength goals last year. He has 7 more even strength goals in the last 2 seasons than anybody else in the NHL. Like, he's number 1, so he's been very good there. What about the rest of the game for him, Paul? He was on that line. I wondered if they were going to start phasing him out at all because he missed a shift. Maybe there was an injury. Maybe they were just rotating guys.
2 shifts.
2 shifts? Okay. And they
were rotating
because
guys.
you keep more forwards, right?
Because because Miller's got to play. I mean, you can't sit Miller on the bench. He's their best player, so he's got to play. So you started dumping him in on that line.
Yes,
and so then Trocheck for some reason was on that line. Might have been for a face-off possibly. Mm-hmm. So he missed 2 shifts, and then Connor started missing shifts. Mm-hmm. So then Miller went out for Connor. So yeah, he was throwing Miller into that line and alternating him in there. I don't know if he didn't like the line and just wanted to. Now that line almost scored immediately. Right. If you recall, right in the beginning of the game, Larkin on a backhand had the wide open net, and I mean wide open net, and he slid it. Sometimes your stick gets turned the wrong way a little bit, and he slid it right through the crease and out the other side. I believe Thompson, I think, would have gotten an assist on that play, too, had it gone in. So, yeah, maybe he just didn't like that line and thought that's the line we're going to let Miller play in. So, but he missed 2 shifts, and then that was it for missing shifts 5-on-5 because then Connor started to miss shifts.
What did you think of the entire group? I mean, they looked pretty dominant. There were 2 overturned goals in the first period. They should look dominant against Latvia, and it feels like they pretty much did.
I don't know if I've ever seen a period like that. You had the 2, the goal I talked about with Larkin. You had the 2 disallowed goals. You had a crossbar, and you had a post. And they leave 1-1 at the end of the period. I mean, usually you don't see that many opportunities go by golden opportunities go by the wayside, and they all happened in the first period. So, but yeah, and both goals should have been disallowed, but I'll just get back to 45 seconds, and that's that. If you can't, the one on Miller, it should have taken 10 seconds, and that's that. And Miller hit the goalie, that's fine. That should have taken 10 seconds. That's it. And if you're sitting there mulling around, it's like, well, I don't know if we have a good angle on this offside. Where's the puck? I can't see the puck, but where? Then just go with the referee. You don't need 5-minute, 10-minute, half-hour delays on this stuff. That should be the rule. If you can't tell in 45 seconds, then it's not obvious, and then you go with the referee's call.
We got a Rasmus Dahlin goal from Team Sweden, and it was the first game Dahlin feeding Nylander. Yeah. Now it's Nylander feeding Dahlin.
One-timer, slap shot.
Listen, there's some chemistry there. If the Leafs want to go ahead and trade away Willie Nylander.
By the way, I don't know. I'll have to take another look. I don't know if you have it on, Paul, in the background. Who else was on the ice? But Nylander to Dahlin on the power play sounds like maybe Dahlin was on the number 1 unit. I'm not sure. But he just ripped one. He's been far down.
Has he been Sweden's best player? I mean, he's involved in every goal they score.
I liked him a lot in that first game. Now, he played, I think, on the first power play they had in that game, and he didn't play after on the power play. So, but yeah, I really liked. It wasn't like, well, he just got 3 cheap assists,
right?
And he earned them. The one to Nylander in that game that he got the assist on, made a great play to curl down the slot, and he came right down the slot and was denied, and then got the puck back and just kicked it over to Nylander for the goal. I mean, it was really a very skillful play by him to pick up that assist.
That's a big moment, too. They are dominating that game. Like, they're out shooting them, 33-4 at one point. But, you saw a couple times, the guys on that team, when they were getting saved or they're missing, heads are looking up at the ceiling. And when Dahlin makes that move to cut to the middle and set up Nylander, I think, is the game still 1-1 at that point? Or 2-2?
I want to say 2-2, but I am going by memory.
I'm looking real quick.
Yeah, because when you said the shots were 33-4, it was 2-2.
Right.
It was like they scored on 2 of the 4 shots.
Right. Yeah. Okay. It was 3 minutes left in the second period, and it was a 2-2 hockey game.
Yeah.
So you're playing Italy, but still, someone needed to step up, and he did.
No, I really liked him with Forsling. But remember when we talked about the Four Nations, I thought he and Forsling were great in that tournament together.
Yep.
And I thought Dahlin had a really good tournament, and I'm sitting there talking to you guys out, well, yeah, but he didn't play in overtime. We had to watch Carlson in 2 different overtimes play a total of 32 seconds and give up 2 goals. He wasn't on any of the special teams, and I was just scratching my head going, but he's really playing well with Forsling 5-on-5.
Mm-hmm. Paul, quick question about that goaltender interference to get back to that conversation. Do you think the NHL would do well to use that rule, which is much less subjective? It's just you're
in the crease.
You're in a spot. I mean, not to bring up 1999. I'm not trying to do. We had a caller already called in about no goal, but it seems a little more black and white, and the NHL is guilty of every single game you watch. You have to kind of guess what the official's going to rule.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the in the crease thing, but it should be pretty. Is there contact or not? To me, it's obvious when somebody gets pushed into the goaltender. It shouldn't take 5 minutes to look at and say, well, did he get pushed in? But did the goaltender get set? How long did the goaltender have till he got set? Blah, 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 blah. And to me, it shouldn't be that hard. Give it, all right, if there's goaltender interference and the guy has gotten out of there and the goaltender if you can count to 2 and the goaltender is all set now and isn't wobbly or anything like that, tells me that, all right, the goaltender interference no longer means anything. He has gotten set. He has his angle. And to me, it shouldn't be that hard. They make it harder than it needs to be. I don't think it needs to be foot in the crease and that kind of, because that didn't work either. When they were talking about in the crease, I think Sabre fans know that rule didn't really work either. But I don't think it needs to be as hard as they make it.
Any thoughts, Paul, on Team Canada's opening game and also their decision to go with Binnington, which early on, good results?
I think he earned it. I mean, it's crazy how he's just awful. He has some of the worst numbers in the NHL this year. But, the Four Nations, whether it was when he came up and the St. Louis Blues won the Stanley Cup, and now that he gets a shutout, I agree with Cooper. He earned it. I mean, he earned the chance to get the first chance to be in their net. And he had to make some pretty good saves in that game. It wasn't like it was just nothing. I mean, so, he did have to make some pretty good saves to earn his shutout. But, it's amazing. I don't know if I've ever seen anything like him, where he's just you just shake your head going, boy, he's awful. How can you even be on a team? Why is he on Team Canada's team? It's because he comes through in those big situations for them. And I agree with Cooper. He earned the right to be their goaltender to start off with.
Paul Hamilton on the Western Hotline on the Olympics. He's, of course, writing recaps and giving opinions at our website, WGR550.com. Paul, thank you, and we'll talk next week.
No problem, guys. Take care.
Paul Hamilton. Tonight, or later today, Canada and Switzerland. Quick, it's not quite a let's get stupid, but would the Olympics be better for the viewer? Maybe not for the countries. You want more countries, right? Like, we've talked about this tournament being, you got to have the host country. Italy's got to be there. France is there. Czechia, Latvia. Would it be 10 times better as a viewing experience if instead of the format they do have, it was like a 6-team tournament and the medal rounds were best of 3s?
Yes, I think probably right.
Because we might get this whole tournament and U.S. Canada would play once.
Or
not at all.
Potentially not at all.
Potentially not at all.
Upset,
right. You could have the whole Olympics happen, and like you're never going to play Canada. And then it's best on best, and we're waiting until the World Cup, or really 4 years from now, the next Olympics, to see will the U.S. play Canada in the Olympics. It almost feels like
basically you want to get down to, there's 12 teams. You want to go down to at least like 8.
I want to
do 2 4-team groups, and maybe you got time for almost everybody to play everybody.
That's what I feel like would be better. It would be better to have a guarantee I'm going to get the marquee matchup. If it doesn't happen in the medal round, that's fine. But as an Olympic committee, I'm making sure the one match everybody wants to see, we're going to get one time.
Right.
Because as it is, it feels like Canada's having a real tournament and the U.S. is playing 3 teams that, I mean,
it's almost preseason games.
It really feels like it should be treated like preseason with Latvia, Denmark, and Germany might give a puncher's chance. But
the games count. It's like Alabama playing Jacksonville State is what it feels like. Like the game counts, but you're going to win it.
Not trying to disrespect them and understanding that the growth of the game is important, and you want these countries to eventually get better. But as it stands right now, like I feel like I'm nervous. What if I don't get U.S. Canada? Did the Olympics even really happen?
And actually, like, to their credit, the teams that are usually walkovers that you would expect to just get pummeled by everybody are actually doing pretty well. Like Italy being competitive with Sweden. They're actually being competitive right now with Slovakia in the game that's on at the moment. Latvia, not as much. Like you're getting, I think, the most competitive you can get out of those lower level countries, and it's still not like any threat to win, really. So Italy, France, one other, dump them out, and just I'm into it. Get me the best matchups. Get me more games that are actual, like, close, meaningful, spreads that aren't 3.5, 4 goals.
The flip
in
side,
the betting odds.
Right. The flip side of that is if it does come down to U.S. Canada and it's a one-off, that's as high stakes a game as you get. It's like fast forwarding to Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Final.
That's right.
In 5 minutes. Like, there it is. This is the game for everything. So 803-0550, our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550. Sweden has scored with 2-1 now. Finland in the lead, and it is Rasmus Dahlin that has the Sweden goal.
So 1 goal and 3 assists. I do believe now, like live leaderboard, I believe he leads the Olympics in points with 4. Slavkovsky had 3 going into today, and McDavid has 3. I don't think Slavkovsky has a point. They're only up 1-0.
How you like? How you like my idea? Let's Jarmo would be at this game.
Yes, he would.
Jarmo Kekalainen just watching Dahlin and Nylander work together and think, why is that not in my timeline? Why does that not work for me? I mean, I don't know that the Leafs are going to trade Nylander, but
I mean, they're having a year where they might be ready to do something bold.
Is Willie Nylander not, I mean, maybe not like in a lab perfect what the Sabres need, but is it close?
He's an awesome player.
He's an awesome forward.
He helps your power play. He
helps your top 6. He makes you more dangerous.
He's instantly right up there with Tage as like the best forward on the team.
Yeah.
He makes $11 million a year.
Okay.
So you have to figure that out. But I think you could figure that out.
Probably. Find a way.
By next year, you could figure that out. I don't know how you'd figure that out this year.
I'm going to trade away. Okay, trade away.
They need to take some stuff. They need to take, I got to get Greenway off the roster. I got to get Quinn off the roster.
This is where I'm discussing, can we long-term IR Norris again? But I don't.
Didn't we learn that maybe isn't the case though this year?
If he doesn't come back for the playoffs, I don't know. I'm trying to find a way.
Well, I mean, that's really
salary retention.
That's what you want to do. What you want to do is you want to find somebody that will take the Norris contract off your hands.
You want to get out of that.
If you want to do a Nylander trade, but is a $7.9 million player that can't stay on the ice tradable?
He was traded here.
But I've got one more year of evidence that he can't stay healthy, right? Got hurt in the first game of the year, got hurt again after that. Good player. When he's out there, he's good. But who wants to sign up right now for 6 more years of Josh Norris thinking he's going to be playing what? Is he going to average 45 games a year for me? Again, I like the player. I've liked him a lot when he's out there. But that's the deal I would look at right now if you wanted to add an $11 million player. You got to find room somewhere, and that would be the guy. But I don't know who's doing that. 6 years, $8 million for a guy who can't be on the ice.
No. 803-0550. Just hope Yarmo's watching. Just fall in love with Nylander to Dahlin. Dahlin to Nylander.
Dahlin, if he keeps up this pace and Sweden gets to, even the semis, you don't even have to win this tournament to win MVP. He's got to look at MVP. Yeah. It's only 2 games in. He's got a long way to go, but he's leading it in points. He's clear-cut the best player on one of the best 3 teams right now. And how do you win MVP? U.S., Canada, sometimes it might be a little bit harder to stand out from the pack because everybody is so good. And if he's out here as the clear-cut best player on Sweden and they get to the semis or they get to even the gold medal game, I think he's got a real look at it.
If they don't win here, Sweden, if they don't come back and beat Finland, they're in trouble, right? That group is Slovakia, Sweden, Finland.
Yeah.
And Slovakia has a win already.
And they're up 1-0 in Italy right now.
Yeah. Slovakia.
The game's been competitive, though.
Yeah. And Sweden would be playing Slovakia. What are the tiebreakers? You get a goal differential if it's a split all the way?
I would think so.
This game here, Finland-Sweden, somebody needs it bad, probably.
Yeah. Right. If Sweden doesn't win it, they will have to beat Slovakia, I think.
Yeah.
And if Finland loses this game right here, somehow they're up 2-1.
They still play Italy.
But can they get in? But if Slovakia wins, I think they're dead.
Yeah.
Because they would have 0 points, and these 2 teams would have 6.
That's right. That's right.
So I think Finland
needs to win
this game. They're up 2-1 right now in Sweden.
803-0550, our phone number, 1-888-552-550. A little Daytona 500 talk at 8:30 with Dave Buchanan. Also get his thoughts on what's going on with the Bandits. And 9 o'clock, Brad Riter will be in studio for a little visit. He's going to be one of the familiar voices you hear next week, filling in from 1 to 3. He and Tim Graham will be going next week from 1 to 3. So excited about that. Excited to have Brad in to just, visit, say hi to everybody, and let you know what's going on with him. So hang out with us. Give us a call if you want. We're here to talk, Bills, hockey, Olympic hockey, anything you want. When's the Super Mario Brothers 3 conversation? When are you ready for it, Joe? When are you ready?
Super Mario Brothers 3. I've never seen someone so excited for a video game from 40 years ago.
36 years ago. I got so many responses to it after I saw that it was tweeted. I decided I want to take you on a Grandpa Tells a Story journey.
Uh-huh.
Grandpa tells you a story. 36 years ago yesterday. Because we were at an event last night. I was telling you about this movie, The Wizard.
We're at an event last night, and Jeremy's going on some movie called The Wizard from 1987.
Yeah, The Wizard. Fred Savage.
What? What are you talking about right now? The Wizard.
People know.
Finland
3-1 Finland. It's bad news for Sweden. The Wizard. Yeah, Fred Savage, the Power Glove, a cross country road trip, playing video games for money, which is now way more normal than it was back then. The Wizard.
So, quick correction on the Olympic. We're all learning together, right? The Olympic format and everything. So apparently, I'm reading that Finland's not dead if they lose this game because all 12 teams make the knockout stage. The 3-game group stage strictly serves to determine seeding for the single elimination bracket. Top 4 seeds get byes, though.
Okay.
So you're fighting for a bye.
Great.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Sorry for
So
not.
that's disappointing to you?
I'm sorry for not knowing that. I had briefly thought
didn't know that
for a
either.
moment that this game was really important and everybody makes the knockout
Maybe I
stage.
did know that and I forgot it. And yeah,
Great. Cool.
yeah,
All right.
everybody makes it.
All right. Cool. And then this is, I guess, prelims, as they say. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
One thing that makes him different, I think, right now than the Ravens or the Bengals or these other teams that have the elite quarterbacks is your quarterbacks have had injury problems, and this one hasn't. Doesn't mean it can't happen. Knock on wood. Doesn't mean it can't happen. But
I'm just knocking for the next 5 minutes.
he battles through everything, and because that's the other part of it, right? Like Jackson at least does this. Mahomes and Burrow maybe don't. Like, there sometimes are, like, the mid-level injuries
Sneaky
that
Joe.
they'll miss games for, and that doesn't happen with this quarterback.
That's right. Doesn't happen with this
And the
quarterback.
team is good enough when he's on the field that I think the lowest they would ever pick with him playing an entire year is, like, 22nd.
Not only does that not happen with Josh, and again, knocking on all the wood, when Josh is hurt, he doesn't tell you.
That's what I mean, right?
Like,
right.
The other quarterbacks will
I was
sometimes
legitimately
miss a game
Yeah.
or let you know they're hurting. And for Josh, how are you? Fine. Next week, walking boot, crutches.
Yeah, he had a broken bone.
He does not tell you when he's hurt.
Right.
Did you break your hand? No, I'm fine. Next week, cast. Like, you
Right.
sure about that?
Right.
Yeah, he doesn't tell anybody when he's hurt. Paul, let's talk Team USA and the win they got over Latvia. We saw Tage Thompson and Jack Eichel connecting for a goal on the power play. Nice play from Thompson, and I guess like the big thing to talk about for Sabres fans is seeing Thompson in a couple different spots on that power play, including down low, a spot he's not often with the Sabres.
Well, it's like Thompson and Eichel are still playing together. I mean, it's like they picked up right where they left off when Eichel was a Sabre. They're both on that side, and they both are interchangeable in what we're seeing with them. It's like, for example, Thompson was in the corner, came out, Eichel found him, and he came out, made the play, scored the goal. Later on, they flipped, and now Eichel was down low, and that's when he found Matthews in front for the other power play goal. So they were interchanging over on that left side, kind of taking turns, which kind of makes a headache for the other team. Now, don't forget, Thompson only has 5 power play goals this year in the NHL. Yeah. Even strength goals, he's second in the league with 25. Mm-hmm. Only Nate McKinnon has more with 32. So, he has not been scoring power play goals this year. But as I said, he and Eichel were working it like they used to. And as I said, it didn't look like that they had been apart at all.
And Tage's spot on the power play for the Sabres has been established for quite some time. Joe, you've been going over numbers, though, about his shooting percentage.
It's really low.
It's really low. I mean, I'm not out here to say the Sabres need to reinvent their power play because he has scored from over there quite a bit. But I wonder if Seth Appert watches and thinks, do I have someone that I could use with him over there to kind of run the same kind of thing where Tage would maybe move around a little more?
Well, insert the right name. It's Lindy Ruff, not Seth Appert. It's
sure.
Lindy Ruff's power play. And it's, the thing is, with the Sabres, teams are taking him away. I mean, he might get the shot off, but it's not the Tage Thompson, cannon shot from there, because if he gets the shot, he really isn't getting a chance to wind it up and take the one-timer because they're taking it away from him. So that play is always going to be there for the Sabres until they do it enough that teams take it away. And that's, coming out from the corner and scoring that way on the power play. It's the reason it's there for the Sabres is because they rarely do it. And, they've only have a couple of goals doing it that way, so it's wide open. I think Tage did get a power play goal recently by coming out from the corner like that.
Tage Thompson and Team USA got off to a hot start in the men's Winter Olympic Hockey Tournament, defeating Latvia by a score of 5-1. Thompson scored a power play goal assisted by Jack Eichel. Other scores from the men's tournament: Canada defeats Czechia 5-0. Switzerland defeated France 4-0. Germany defeated Denmark 3-1. Rasmus Dahlin and Team Sweden in action as we speak against Finland. Currently 3-1 Finland. Rasmus Dahlin did score Sweden's first. Today at 3:10, Canada faces off with Switzerland as well. In other news for Team USA, Chloe Kim went for the Olympics' first snowboarding three-peat, but takes home the silver medal. Short track speed skater Kristen Santos Griswold struggled, falling, getting knocked down to the ice multiple times, which left her locked out of the medal final race. A gold medal rankings update: Norway's in front, 7 gold, 2 silver, 5 bronze medals. Italy in second, 6 gold, 3 silver, 8 bronze medals. And in third is the USA, 4 gold, 7 silver, 8 bronze medals. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Hell of a shot, and I don't know, to say you can assist on your younger brother's goal in the Olympics. It was a sick shot too. First goal for our team. Really, really, really special. Kind of don't really think about scoring, and you just think about the points at the end of the day, and for it to work out the first one, it was special, and know that there's gonna be many more to go, and just keep building off this effort.
Brady Tkachuk, the first goal for Team USA. Sick pass from Matthew Tkachuk on that play.
Mm-hmm.
And a quick turn from Zach Werenski, who made a nice play in the neutral zone to set it up. Team USA got off to a win. They beat Latvia in their opener and will next play tomorrow. Finland leading Sweden 3-1 right now. Rasmus Dahlin has the Sweden goal. And we just found out that every team makes – I just found out every team makes the next round.
Yeah, they're playing for seeding.
Yes. The whole opening round is just for seeding.
There's no win and go home. There's no, Finland's out if they lose this one.
Nope, that's right. So,
but what it could create if they, they're probably going to win now. They're up 2. If they were to somehow lose this game, or Sweden drops down into a third spot, and then either the U.S. or Canada has to play somebody that they weren't expecting to earlier. So now, hey, I got to play Finland and Sweden on my way to play Canada because one of them, got upset.
This sounds like the conversation of Bills, Chiefs, Ravens, right? You want to have the other two, have Canada and Sweden play, and you hope to match up with Finland, I guess, on the other, whatever.
Right.
Anyway, 803-0550 if you want to jump in on that. We've got plenty to get to here. Hockey, football, all the good stuff. I could do the Grandpa Tells You a Story routine. I could also tell you about what we did last night. I brought our gift in. I brought the gift.
Oh, you did? I did not bring ours.
I did.
I figured we would at some point at least.
Yeah. So, and whatever. We can always have this conversation. Joe and I were at the Upper Niagara Chamber of Commerce Awards last night. They asked us to MC, which we did. And if you want to have us MC an event, I guess ask us to, because they asked and we did it. And they gave us gifts. I got a new hat today. And it's a pretty good hat. I'll show everybody on the YouTube
Might be the best
chat.
hat I've ever
It's
seen.
pretty darn good. It's a train conductor hat, and it's got a patch on it that says wide receiver train.
Yes.
So
it's an actual train conductor
should I wear this
hat.
on Fridays? What days should we wear the wide?
I think you should wear it every day until the draft.
Yeah.
Or Fridays.
There's a small
Draft Fridays, going into the weekend, the train conductor hat. You got to wear it on draft day, of course.
We're going to run into a small problem
if
here.
they have a pick still.
Maybe this is a problem, maybe not. Adam Schefter said it a couple days ago. Mike Giannetti of Spot Track said it with us as well, that this year is going to be about trades. The free agents, and this is league-wide. You want a player, you're going to have to trade for one. The difference makers in free agency, maybe not there like years past. You might not love the market. And turning to a draft pick to try to make a difference. I just saw a piece at NFL.com. Gennaro Felice did NFL rookie report cards, grading and ranking every team's 2025 draft class. And Should Brandon Beane be going into this year thinking the thing that gets me through the playoff wall is, yes, my new coaching staff, but also my draft class? Like, should the Bills think their draft class is going to be what makes a difference? Or if you're trying to push through the playoff wall, is it more likely free agents, established vets, guys on the team are going to be the difference? The reason I bring this up is that General Felice, who wrote this piece, grading and ranking every team's 2025 draft class at NFL.com, I could just tell you where he ranked the Bills instead of having you guess, but if you want to guess, you can. Where'd the Bills draft class rank, according to him, after 1 year of the 2025 draft class?
15th.
31st.
Wow.
Yeah, 31st.
Really?
Well,
Was it that bad? I mean,
it was pretty incomplete.
Because Harrison didn't really play.
Harrison started 3 games. He played in 11 games. T.J. Sanders, Landon Jackson, he
looked relatively good, though, in the 11 games.
Sanders or Harrison?
Harrison.
He looked fine.
Sanders was not good at the start.
But their best rookie was probably Deion Walker, who played a lot.
Right.
Jackson Hawes contributed a bunch as well. But
Landon Jackson was a total
He gave him a
miss
C. He gave him a
so
C
far.
minus. And
all right,
when you're picking where the Bills are picking, it can be harder to get the bona fide blue chip talent. It can also be harder to get immediate contributions. Like if they want an impact player right away, what's the most likely way you would say you can have an impact player? It's a trade. It's not a draft pick.
Mm-hmm.
They need to find a way, if they want to get an impact player, to get them over the hump or through the playoff wall or whatever you want to say. Like, it's a trade.
But it's not.
Is that
just
what?
Because it's harder doesn't mean like that excuse gets used so often because they pick at the end of the first round. How come Baltimore doesn't have that problem? How come Baltimore picks at the end of the first round every year and they draft? This year was Malachi Starks, Nate Wiggins, Zay Flowers, Tyler Linderbaum, Rashad Bateman. These are all players that went in like the final 5 picks of the first round. They're all impact players.
Bateman might be a stretch.
Maybe not, right, but he's a better receiver than anything the Bills have, right? Compare Bateman to Keon Coleman, and it's like a blowout, right? And there are other guys. I can go back to like Patrick Queens and whatnot, and Hollywood Browns. How come that team doesn't have problems nailing a starter minimum every single time they pick in the 20s?
I guess I'm not really getting at starter so much as I'm getting at immediate impact.
Yeah,
like Maxwell Hairston is a starter. He was not.
Right.
Injury was probably a factor here. Immediate impact. And Keon Coleman was a starter because he had to be. Was he immediate impact? Debatable. Dalton Kincaid, right? They drafted him. Was he immediate impact? Yeah, sure. But we're still kind of waiting to see the best that he has to offer. And, for a team that made the bold move at head coach, I just wonder if the GM is going to have an appetite to make a sunglasses trade where everyone's going to be sending the picture out.
Beam's back.
Big Baller Bean is back, right? There's beers named after him for that kind of stuff. And we haven't seen that move in a while. So whether that's pick up the phone on the Waddle trade, pick up the phone on a Brian Thomas Jr. trade.
Yep.
Like, where's the guy you can get? If it's a second-round pick for Brian Thomas Jr., is that a good idea? I feel like, yes.
I think it is. I think those are the types of players that might make the most sense for them, or not even the Max Crosbys, the Justin Jeffersons, the guys that are on $30 million contracts. What about the guy that's really talented and is not yet at that big extension, that is at a $1, $2, $3 million contract for the next couple of years, and his team has some reason for wanting to move on from him? Like, that's Thomas, right? The reason there is they've kind of replaced him in the depth chart, and also they didn't draft him, and he's coming off a down year. So any idea like that's probably got to be a buy low, because nobody that's great is getting traded on that deal.
Yeah.
So you probably have to take on some risk, and that's where like Thomas would be in on that. Your risk is there's a lot of drops, and he just had a bad year, but your upside is look at the rookie season. Look how explosive he is. Look at what he's capable of, what you've seen.
Even that, it's like his upside is that he is siloed into the role you need. That's what he does. The vertical routes,
right.
Play on the outside and win vertically and intermediate routes.
Right, it's the type of player
that's the perfect fit. And I guess the flip side of it is with the second round pick there, he's cheap. He's cheap on salary.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
So, all right, we'll take a 2-year flyer, but does that feel like it's throwing away a second round pick because you're only getting 2 years out of it? You can make the case. I mean, Jacksonville moving off of him after he's taken in the 20s 2 years later.
It's like a smaller version of what the Diggs trade was a little bit. Yes,
Sure.
I am foregoing my benefit of getting a player of that caliber on a very cheap deal, but in exchange, I am eliminating some of the risk that player is not going to be able to contribute for me. And Thomas is not the same because he's not Diggs. He's not as good a player as Diggs. I'm not spending as much as I was.
If they're trading him, it's probably not a second, right? We're talking now a third or a pick slide.
Probably I don't know.
He's drafted 20th.
The fact that you do have 2 years on, like next year, the team acquiring Brian Thomas would get him for $2 million.
You also have
and Jacksonville knows that. They're going to look at you and say, you're going to give us a second instead of a third because your alternative for a player like that is spending $20 million on Alec Pierce.
That's true. You also have the 5th-year option, which would keep him cheapish, or at least it's
3 years of control.
3 years of control with the ability to extend whoever makes that deal if, in fact, Brian Thomas Jr. does get moved.
Right, so a guy like that.
No.
I'd say Jordan Addison's on the list too, but he can't keep the off-the-field problems. So I don't know how many other ideas are there like that.
Brad and Hammers.
I'd have to find like a safety or maybe there's another edge rusher out there that kind of fits that same profile.
Yeah. Is there a Giants edge rusher that's in the mix there?
Well, Dexter Lawrence has been talked about being traded, but that's not that because he's big money.
About like Kayvon Thibodeau.
Maybe. Is he on a big contract, though?
Not yet. I don't think so.
So then he would fit.
Brian in Hamburg. Brian, good morning. Sorry, Brad. Brad. Yeah, hey, Brad.
Oh, good. PR is right. Guys, I want to talk about the possibility that I haven't heard it mentioned too often here. Kyle Shanahan went out and said that they're ultimately going to sever ties with Brandon Ayuk. I know you guys were big components of him a couple of years ago before he signed that big extension. Is that someone that you could see them bringing in? I mean, it might be a better sell question if they could get the financials right. I'm not sure how much that contract San Francisco would pay, but if they release him, would it be like a Gabe Davis type deal where they would ultimately be paying the bulk of the salary and we could get him on like a 1 year, $1 million, $10 million, whatever flyer?
Thanks, Brad. I'm waiting for like what's going to happen there. They are going to void all of his guarantees because they
already did.
They voided his guarantees, which what that means on a tradable contract or whatever, or just outright releasing him. The reason you probably can't get him for 1 year and $1 million is because there should be like 10 teams knocking down the door for him, even though the situation is strange. That's one that in the GM group chat, they got to all be honest with each other or ask the Niners, ask John Lynch, like, what's the story here? He's an incredible talent. I have no idea how it's going to go.
Lynch did confirm, not that this is a surprise, that he's played his last snap for the team.
He's not going to play for the Niners.
He's not going to play for the Niners.
So he will be available. I don't know how that will happen. I do know, Joe, in the Dynasty League that you and I are in together, I have been holding that asset because if he ever comes back, he's amazing.
Yeah.
If you're asking me, do I want the Bills to take that chance? If it's 1 year, $1 million, 100 times out of 100. If it's a second-round pick, I don't know. The talent is, to me, undeniable, top-tier guy. But I just don't know what's going on there. And he's, hurt, rehabbing an injury.
Well, he's a year removed. He didn't play football this year. So he's going to be, by the time he takes the field, he'll be
16 months removed?
21 months
21,
removed,
okay.
Right? Like, I think he'll be almost 2 years removed from that injury.
That's tough.
But I mean, we saw guys like Diggs come back in 8 months from an injury like that and look really good. Mm-hmm. So you give a guy 21 months, how concerning is the injury? He's also not 32. He's 27 years old. Maybe 28 by the time the next season starts.
Age 28 season.
Okay, so he's 27 now, but he'll be 28 by the time the season starts. So I'd be very interested in that idea. Like, to me, I think he'll cost more than that. I think some team is going to look at him and say, that was an amazing player only 2 years ago, and he didn't play football last year. His injury didn't just happen. It happened a while ago. And and he's young, so if I can get him on a prove-it deal for a year, like, I think the good teams are going to be in that market. Like, if I'm the Bills, if I'm the Ravens, if I'm the Chiefs, if I'm maybe not the Bengals, but teams that are contenders are the ones that I think are going to be lining up to say, come here, 1 year, whatever the money is, and come play with our great quarterback, and you're going to rebuild your value into one of the best receivers in football. Like, to me, he makes a lot of sense.
For desperate teams.
Not even. Well, I think he's the best available receiver in free agency this year.
You just don't know what
if
you're
he
going
gets
to get,
cut.
though. I think you have to be a little desperate to go this route.
What is different though about what makes him so risky?
Him versus a draft pick?
Yeah. What makes him more risky than the other free agents?
What makes him risky is he signed a 4-year, $120 million contract, and a year and a half into it, he fell out of favor so terribly with his own team that they want him gone and say you'll never play for us again.
He never had a good relationship with that team, though.
That may be true, but anytime that's happening, I'm gonna commit hundreds. $20 million.
Maybe.
It's just
but I'm not giving him a long-term deal. To me, it's almost like the Cowboys getting Pickens. I got a guy here that I have no idea what I'm going to get, and it could blow up in my face. But my commitment's only for 1 year, and then I can figure out what I want to do after that.
But that's great if you're the only team in on that. That's what I mean. A desperate team might be willing to commit more and take the gamble that you're not. Are the Bills a desperate team at that position? Debatable.
Yeah. Receiver?
Debatable. Debatable how desperate they are.
They're desperate for a guy that can play at the level that he's capable of.
I don't disagree, but they also can't miss. I mean, I don't know if the GM is afraid he's going to lose his job if he takes that big gamble and misses on that.
And that, to me, is where I would say he's at no greater risk to be a miss than any Josh Palmer level free agent that they would bring in and sign.
Right. Right. 803-0550. 1-888-550-2550. Thanks, Brad, for the phone call. Jeremy and Joe chatting with you about the Olympics, about receivers. It's a Friday. It's a beautiful Friday. TGIF, right? Thank God it's Friday. And Brad Riter's going to join us coming up at 9 o'clock. Dave Buchanan at 8:30 on the Daytona 500, which rolls this weekend. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Maybe we learned yesterday.
No clue.
We learned that goaltender interference in hockey internationally is different than the NHL.
You just can't be in the crease at all.
Yeah, there's
even if you don't, because on the goal that got taken off the board by the U.S., I didn't really think they made much contact at all.
No.
He maybe touched Merzlikins, but I didn't think did anything to inhibit his ability to make the save. But then, of course, the rule is, if you're in the crease, it doesn't really matter if you make contact. That's getting taken off the board.
Yeah, in the NHL, that goal stands, I think, 100 times out of 100, maybe 99 times out of 100. We've seen some bad calls.
I'll say 99.
But, and you're watching that.
Yeah. I the first thought I had was I like that I know the answer quickly with their rule set. I know
it's not
as soon as
it's not as subjective.
It's just he's in the crease. That's not going to count.
That's a good point.
Right.
It's over. I don't need to think about it. It's done. I think is it soft? Yeah. Does it make any difference to Merzlikins making that save? Absolutely not. But he was there, and that's the rule, and it's a black and white thing. You can just say, this is the rule. This doesn't count. The NHL is a nightmare. If that happened in the NHL, like you said, I think it's probably 99 out of 100. But do you know? No. Nobody has any clue what's going to happen on that.
Whatever mood the ref's in that night.
And so I think overall, my thought was this is kind of nice to know. I know why this isn't going to count. This is not going to count. I have no debate about it. I'm just going to let them review it stupidly because that's, takes forever anyways. But I know the answer, and it's clear, and the players know the answer, and that is maybe the most important thing.
Yep.
Is every team in this tournament right now is playing that goal for their players and going,
don't stand here.
Don't go into the crease. It will not count. And I think that's good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I after the initial, that's really soft, that, in my mind should count. But in their rule book, it doesn't. And I think it's more obvious and clear. So that's probably a good thing overall for fans.
Paul, let's talk Team USA and the win they got over Latvia. We saw Tage Thompson and Jack Eichel connecting for a goal on the power play. Nice play from Thompson. And I guess the big thing to talk about for Sabres fans is seeing Thompson in a couple different spots on that power play, including down low, a spot he's not often with the Sabres.
Well, it's like Thompson and Eichel are still playing together. I mean, it's like they picked up right where they left off when Eichel was a Sabre. They're both on that side, and they both are interchangeable in what we're seeing with them. It's like, for example, Thompson was in the corner, came out, Eichel found him, and he came out, made the play, scored the goal. later on, they flipped. And now Eichel was down low. And that's when he found Matthews in front for the other power play goal. So they were interchanging over on that left side, kind of taking turns, which kind of makes a headache for the other team. Now, don't forget, Thompson only has 5 power play goals this year in the NHL. Yeah. Even strength goals, he's second in the league with 25. Mm-hmm. Only Nate McKinnon has more with 32. So, he has not been scoring power play goals this year. But as I said, he and Eichel were working it like they used to. And as I said, it didn't look like that they had been apart at all.
And Tage's spot on the power play for the Sabres has been established for quite some time. Joe, you've been going over numbers, though, about his shooting percentage.
It's really low.
It's really low. I mean, I'm not out here to say the Sabres need to reinvent their power play because he has scored from over there quite a bit. But I wonder if Seth Appert watches and thinks, do I have someone that I could use with him over there to kind of run the same kind of thing where Tage would maybe move around a little more?
Well, insert the right name. It's Lindy Ruff, not Seth Appert. It's Lindy Ruff's power play. And it's, the thing is, with the Sabres, teams are taking him away. I mean, he might get the shot off, but it's not the Tage Thompson, cannon shot from there, because if he gets the shot, he really isn't getting a chance to wind it up and take the one-timer because they're taking it away from him. So that play is always going to be there for the Sabres until they do it enough that teams take it away. And that's, coming out from the corner and scoring that way on the power play. It's the reason it's there for the Sabres is because they rarely do it. And, they've only have a couple of goals doing it that way, so it's wide open. I think Tage did get a power play goal recently by coming out from the corner like that.
Happy early Valentine's Day. Someone hearing that right now thought, oh my God, that's tomorrow. Happy Valentine's Day.
Go get the roses.
Yeah.
Tomorrow will be not mad dash for it. So
we had to do for the kids' school
Saturday.
They give out Valentines, and you give one for everyone in your class, and they have to make these special. You make your own box out of a little shoebox, and then the kids put the Valentines in it.
Nice.
Yeah,
fun,
cool little project.
Mm-hmm. Next year, Valentine's Day will be Super Bowl Sunday.
Yes.
That should create more pressure to do it even bigger this year. Because next year, no one's going out for Valentine's Day dinner. Right?
That's right.
Not on Valentine's Day, at least. You just do it on the Saturday, I guess. Which is probably what most people would do anyway.
Maybe a Valentine's brunch next year is the play.
There you go. Definitely. Yeah. Valentine's Day brunch.
LeBron becomes the oldest player in NBA history to record a triple-double.
Still good. He had 16 points in the first quarter, I think, yesterday.
28, 12, and 10 he had last night. Do you know who he passed? The previous oldest player to have a triple-double?
Kareem.
No.
No?
LeBron is oldest 41 years, 44 days. The previous record holder for the oldest player to get a triple-double, 40 years, 127 days. So he's a full...
Did Vince Carter do it?
No.
Because he played the league. He's like 44. Tim Duncan.
That's closer. This will be a fun game.
David Robinson? Well, how was it close? Was it close because of the Spurs, or was it close because of the era?
It's both closer because the Spurs are closer.
Manu.
The Spurs are closer than the Vince Carter teams I'm thinking of. Vince Carter is Toronto.
So we're doing
geographically and positionally.
Okay, so
and positionally, you're closer. This is a fun,
Dirk.
Closer.
Dallas.
I got to get a map out. Are you getting closer?
What's close to San Antonio? Dallas.
I just said closer. San Antonio is closer than Toronto. Is Dallas closer?
That could mean anything. I mean,
Dallas is
the whole Western Conference.
I'm going to go
16 teams to figure it out.
Dallas is barely. I'm going to go closer. Yes, closer to the correct answer.
Barely closer.
Yeah.
Okay, that means it's in the southeast.
It doesn't mean that.
It doesn't mean that. Okay. So that means in the Midwest? Memphis? No?
Equidistant. Maybe farther away.
Further away. Okay, wait, Southwest?
Now you're closer.
Phoenix?
No.
LA?
No.
I feel like I'm getting further away. Denver?
Closer.
Denver's
very
closer.
Close. You're right next door now.
No, that can't be right. Because Utah.
Yes. What a game this has been.
Okay, I got to Utah.
You got to
the
Utah.
Jazz.
They've just been fined for tanking.
Okay. They are
tanking.
This is the greatest tank I have ever seen. And I've seen the Tim Murray tank, the Sixers.
We've seen some tanks.
This is a tank
People should
the Utah
call
Jazz
us.
are doing right
they
now.
They should call us when there's a tanking controversy. Anyway.
Okay, is it John Stockton?
No. But
okay, so then it's going to be why am I, Karl Malone.
Correct. This has been
Karl Malone.
Geographical hints on the way to the oldest triple-double in NBA history prior to last night when LeBron got his.
I mean, I guess San Antonio is closer than Toronto is.
Yeah, and your answers of Tim Duncan, David Robinson were closer than Vince Carter to Karl Malone. Closer.
All right, we got there.
We're going,
Karl Malone.
Guys playing the paint. All right, this nonsense has been enough. We'll get a break in 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 on WGR. I am an old man yelling at a cloud. I, of course, complain about officiating and rules analysts and everything. I think that hockey has been ruined more than any other sport for replay. Hockey has destroyed its product with replay, is what I think about it. And it doesn't have to be specific to that goaltender interference call. It's how many events do I even get in a night? And every single one of them, I immediately after it have to think, okay, let's all take a look and see if this counted. We are at 20 years. Mm-hmm. Is it 20? No, I'm sorry, 10 years.
10 years.
10 years of the offside challenge, ruining this sport. Absolutely ruining it on every level. From the Olympic level to go watch a game at Canisius and there's a challenge for offside. The sport has been absolutely ruined by offside challenges and by review, by endless review, by referees on iPads. I can't say it strongly enough without yelling more. Am I nuts that this sport has been ruined the most? I don't like replay all over the place. I don't like too much replay. If you're going to call and tell me, well, football does it, I'm like, I wouldn't disagree. Soccer and VAR and like everything's got some. Yeah. You can't escape replay. But to me, the whole argument the NHL used to have with Drake, hey, it's the best sport in the world to go see live. You got to see this game live. You won't believe how fast it is. Like, yeah. And then you get there and you'll see something amazing and you have to wait for officials to tell you if it counted. Mm-hmm. It has been ruined.
One thing that makes him different, I think, right now than the Ravens or the Bengals or these other teams that have the elite quarterbacks is your quarterbacks have had injury problems, and this one hasn't. Doesn't mean it can't happen, knock on wood. Doesn't mean it can't happen. But
I'm just knocking for the next 5 minutes.
He battles through everything, and because that's the other part of it, right? Like, Jackson at least does this. Mahomes and Burrow maybe don't. Like, there sometimes are, like, the mid-level injuries that they'll miss games for, and that doesn't happen with this quarterback.
That's right. It doesn't happen with this quarterback.
And the team is good enough when he's on the field that I think the lowest they would ever pick with him playing an entire year is, 22nd.
Not only does that not happen with Josh, and again, knocking on all the wood, when Josh is hurt, he doesn't tell you.
That's what I mean, right?
Right. The other quarterbacks will sometimes miss a game or let you know they're hurting. And for Josh, how are you? Fine. Next week, walking boot, crutches.
Yeah, he had a broken bone.
He does not tell you when he's hurt.
Right.
Did you break your hand? No, I'm fine. Next week, cast. Like, you
Right.
sure about that?
Right.
He doesn't tell anybody when he's hurt.
Tage Thompson of Team USA got off to a hot start, defeating Latvia by a score of 5-1. Yesterday, Tage Thompson scored a power play goal, assisted by Jack Eichel as well. Other scores from the men's tournament: Canada defeats Czechia 5-0, Switzerland defeated France 4-0, and Germany defeated Denmark 3-1. Rasmus Dahlin and Team Sweden in action as we speak against Finland. It's currently 3-1 in Finland's favor. Rasmus Dahlin did score Sweden's first. Today at 3:10, Canada faces off with Switzerland as well. In other news for Team USA, Chloe Kim went for the Olympics' first snowboarding three-peat, but takes home silver. Short track speed skater Kristen Santos Griswold struggled, falling, getting knocked down to the ice multiple times, which left her locked out of the medal final race. A gold medal rankings update: Norway in front, 7 gold, 2 silver, 5 bronze medals. Italy in second, 6 gold, 3 silver, 8 bronze medals. And in third is the U.S., 4 golds, 7 silver, and 8 bronze medals. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
John Tesh is going to perform round ball rock live at the All-Star game. It might be the best thing going for the NBA All-Star game. He'll play the song to introduce the NBA's All-Star game on NBC and Peacock.
Sunday?
Sunday.
The worst song ever is definitely, if you heard the commercial they're doing to promote the All-Star game. Everybody wants to rule the world, but they're plugging in all the NBA player names into it, like into the lyrics. It's a disaster.
I've not heard this. It's a great Tears for
It's
Fears
a terrible
song.
commercial.
It's a great
song. Great song.
But they've turned it out NBA players' names? Okay.
It's bad.
Well,
this is great.
The Olympics will save us.
Italy might have just tied Slovakia, by the way.
Okay. Sweden and Finland.
They're looking at it.
They're reviewing it?
They're looking at it.
We started the show talking about this. What sport?
There are a lot of reviews in these Olympic
What
games.
sport has suffered more from review than hockey? I will take your suggestions. 803-0550. What sport is hurting itself more with all these reviews? It's really the offside that is it for me. You want to review if a puck went across the line? I get that. That's kind of unavoidable. Sure. We're unsure if it went in. But, man, to check these goals for everything, like just a high stick, okay, I get it. Like a high stick was this above the crossbar?
Do we need, in hockey, the virtual measurement system for skates and the offside rule more than we needed in football for first downs?
If you gave that, if you also had the ability to use the Hawkeye technology.
That's what I mean.
The puck hit a stick above the crossbar, according to Hawkeye. All right. I don't know.
You could do that for offsides. Maybe hockey, that's the answer. Hawkeye is needed in hockey more than it is anywhere else.
I just don't want any of it. I just want to watch hockey games without reviews, without thinking every single goal has to be called back.
See, like the goal line is what they're looking at in this Italy game right now because the goalie made a glove save, but his glove might have been behind the goal line.
Okay, and now we get the beautiful.
Although it looks like it wasn't.
The beautiful picture where you can't see the puck because it's in the glove.
And I'm sure I can't hear it. I know what the play-by-play, the color commentator is saying right now.
Every single review of every single.
Well, you know it's in there, but you can't see it. It's not
this
definitive
looks
evidence.
Inconclusive to me.
Yeah.
Terrible.
I guess because I grew up with reviews in every sport, it doesn't really bother me as much.
There was a year.
Much. I'm not saying it doesn't at all.
Here comes Grandpa tells you a story. There was a year where football was like 1992. You know how the league had that one year where they had pass interference, you could challenge it?
Yeah, that was recent.
Yeah.
After the Saints-Rams game.
There was a 1 year where the NFL said no replay. Like 92.
Okay.
There's some year in there where they just did not have replay.
Okay.
And it did not last. They brought it back. Maybe it was Vinny Testaverde's touchdown to send the Jets to the playoffs or keep a team out of the playoffs and keep the Seattle Seahawks out of the playoffs. I'm mixing things up. Like a Dennis Erickson team, I think, got screwed. But there's a year where they said no replay.
See, that's the thing to me that is like kind of wild, though, because there are plays now that, like, I think this happened in the Houston-New England game where there was a fumble that they called a fumble on the field, and they took it back maybe for a big gain. And even in live, you knew it. But, like, on the replay, it's like, this wasn't even near close. They reviewed it in 6 seconds, and they fixed the call. And sometimes on plays like that, I think, there was a time in the NFL where that counted as a fumble, and it wasn't even near close. And now it takes me 5 seconds to fix it.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't mind it. There was no instant replay review, from what I'm reading, for 7 seasons. 92 through 98. Does that sound right?
Ooh. All right.
That's what this says.
Okay.
92 through 98, and it was reinstated in 99.
That might have been
just in time to review Home Run Throwback.
Right. All right. Well, I had when it went away, like the early 90s.
Yeah.
It went away.
Yep.
Corey in Salt Lake. Hey, Corey. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. How you doing?
Good.
So I had an offsides rule change thought, and it was if the possession changes in the zone, you can't call offsides anymore. And then, or if like more than 30 seconds had passed, then you've had enough time to clear the zone. You can't go back that far. It doesn't make sense to me that the puck can change possession in zone, or because they've had an attempt to clear at that point, or if they have been in the zone so long that you just couldn't clear it.
Mm-hmm. That is my biggest annoyance with that rule, is that it's eternity, right? You could be in the zone for 15 minutes, and if you've never left the zone and you went in offsides, then like legally they could take the goal back. So I would be into that. Give me some stipulation that says you can't just, you can't just do this forever. Where I got to go back minutes to see if you went offsides. So I'm into that. Puck changing possession or whatever. Fine with it.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough ever justifying it. Again, I've made this before. You think I'm kidding? I think you can have offside challenges, and the penalty for not winning a challenge is you're fired. And then that way, a really egregious call could get overturned, but you wouldn't challenge it unless you're prepared to get fired. So, hey, playoff game 3, Matt Duchene's offside by 3 feet. I'm challenging that. I know that's wrong. If you're wrong, you're fired. Let's make it that's the penalty. Not just
Can we just make it like
no more frivolous challenges.
How about out for the game? Coach is ejected.
Fired.
You want fired?
Banned for life. You're banned for life for an unsuccessful challenge. For the integrity of the game has been compromised. No? Too harsh? All right. 803-0550. I'm looking at a piece on Bleacher Report about A.J. Brown. Trade landing spots. It will not surprise you that this piece, which references Jeremy Fowler, he said he spoke with league executive who expect trade talks around Brown to pick up as representatives attending the Combine in Indianapolis start to gather. That's going to happen in like 9 days. The Combine starts on the 22nd.
Do you know the cap stuff with him?
Yes.
Because from what I've seen, it is very easy for the team that is getting him. It's like $7 million.
Yes, the Eagles take a
hard.
They take a $43 million hit. It's hard for the Eagles, but good for everybody else.
Which might make it preventative from actually getting done because you need Philly to be willing to take on a massive cap hit.
Yeah, which if we go back to the Diggs trade, wasn't that always what the Diggs trade was? It was a second rounder for you to take that big cap hit. If they had offered a fourth, the Bills might have said, no, we can't give him up for a fourth and take a $26 million cap hit. But for a second, okay. So the 5 destinations they have here at Bleacher Report. 1 is the Ravens. 2 is the Bills. I guess you have other teams here. Denver, New England, San Francisco. And the price, boy, some of these prices are kind of funny. But let's just get to the Bills one.
Yeah.
The suggestion is, I feel like if you don't want A.J. Brown, you would still want maybe this trade. Maybe, maybe not. The suggested trade is A.J. Brown for the second-round pick and Keon Coleman.
It's like every Bills fan's dream, isn't it? A second in Coleman.
A second in Coleman
A
for
second
A.J.
in
Brown.
Coleman's going to be the most popular trade suggestion of the offseason, no matter who the guy you're acquiring is.
The
That's
other-
last year's A.J. Epinesa in a second.
The other trade ideas are for it's pretty much the same general idea here at Bleacher Report. For the Ravens, it's a second-rounder in Rashad Bateman. For the Broncos, it's a second-rounder and an edge rusher, Jonah Ellis. For the Patriots, it's a third-rounder and Carlton Davis, who's one of their corners opposite Christian Gonzalez. And for the Niners, it's a second-rounder, a fifth-rounder, and Ayuk, which to me sounds nuts. That makes it seem like Keon Coleman has more value than Brandon Ayuk, which
that's crazy to me.
That gets to the point about Ayuk being a complete wild card. But Coleman in a second.
I would be. I couldn't say yes quick enough. I don't think. Part of that is that he's not expensive for you. So Philly doing that, again, that'd be wild on their part because maybe they would just really want to rid themselves of that situation. I don't know that it's so poisonous that. I guess I thought this about Diggs, though. Was it so poisonous that you had to move on and take a big cap hit when he's still a really good player? I mean, him and Jalen Hurts are tight. Maybe the coach isn't, though, and that could matter. So, like, from their perspective, it would be weird. From the Bills' perspective, a trade like that, I mean...
Doesn't that sound like a rental, though? You're spending a second on A.J. Brown as a rental. He's on the third year of a deal. There's an out after this year.
Right.
He's 29. Are
you redoing the deal a little bit with him? You don't need to because of his cap hit, but he might want more guaranteed money if that gets voided through trade or whatever, however that works.
Maybe. As much as the Bills and Brandon Beane and Joe Brady kind of just took up for Keon Coleman, he's been, to some degree, with discipline and whatever, attention to detail, a bit of a headache. Maybe a nice guy, but they've had problems in terms of him being where he needs to be and doing what he needs to do? Are they trading one headache for another headache, but one that's worth getting on the field?
I was going to say, how afraid should they be of that? Be willing to deal with a little bit of stress, a little bit of a guy on the edge that, makes maybe sometimes even someone that makes other people uncomfortable. It feels like they run from that in recent years. If you make it here that everyone is too on edge, then no, we don't want you around. But if the guy is so good at what he does, and I think A.J. Brown is, right? Like he's been on an offense that, I guess this would be true of the Bills too, has run the ball as much as anybody in football the last couple of years. Like they are built through the run game. Like his target numbers are not probably what they should be to put up top receiver stats in the league, but they've won. And he's still great. He comes here, maybe there are times where it's a little bit uncomfortable, but if he goes out and catches for 1,400 yards, then be willing to subject yourself to that. And I feel like I would be as into how good the player is as to, okay, this is the Bills. They are showing a willingness to acquire a guy like this because he's going to help you win the Super Bowl. Even if it makes people uncomfortable once in a while. Because he's got a book on the sidelines.
He did win the Super Bowl and then immediately say, it didn't mean that much. He thought about what he plays for is to beat guys, to win his battles, to catch balls, to do his thing, which, that was a little bit of a controversial thing to say, but I get it. The idea is, I like doing my job, and when we all win together, that's all great, but I like to beat a corner, catch a ball, get a touchdown. Is that a me guy thing to say? Sure. He made it to the mountaintop and still said, I just want to catch the ball.
But again, that's the point. How much do you care about that if he's helping you win?
Right.
Who cares about his motivation?
I was going to say,
or how he feels about it after the fact if you're raising the trophy.
You're talking about Jokic.
Yes.
That's I don't
100%.
really care about this. I'm going to try to play and win, and I'm glad you're all very happy about how far we went.
It's a running joke in basketball that Jokic acted like he did not care after he won the NBA championship, but guess who cared? All the Denver fans.
Right.
And the other players. So how much should I really be offended by that? If you win.
Right.
If you win, I don't care what he tweets after the game about it. And in that Super Bowl, he helped them. He had a long touchdown in that game, didn't he? Over the top? There were a couple of them. I think Smith had a couple too.
Yeah.
But there was at least one long touchdown over the top that Brown had.
Yep. Tim in Buffalo is up next. Hey, Tim, good morning.
Good morning. Hey, thanks for taking my call. Hey, I had a comment about the offsides rule that has always bothered me. Let's say you could use it strategically. So 3 minutes left in a game, they come in offsides, you could waste that time. And then let them score, game's over, or you have a few minutes, have a minute left. Knowing that they were offsides, you could just keep it in the zone, let them pass it around, let them do whatever they want, eventually let them score, game over.
Because they don't put the time back on the clock?
Yeah, because they don't go back.
Right.
Do they not put the time back on the clock? In theory, I feel like this could make sense, but in practice, I feel like what makes it tough is you need somehow the bench to communicate to the players that, hey, it's going to be ruled offside. And I don't know if that's really realistic to actually happen in person.
One small thing about this that's, correct me if I'm wrong, different about soccer to hockey. If they go back in soccer and find a foul that changes something, fouls that happen after can be picked up, right?
Right.
There's a foul,
Yes.
Then this one didn't happen. Whereas in hockey, if you go in offside and there's a penalty, the penalty will still stand.
The penalty stands.
No one's able to challenge to see, well, the play was offside. That couldn't have been a hook. It was offside. That doesn't happen. Everything that happens when a team goes in the zone offside, everything does count except for a goal. Shots on goal count. Goalie makes 3 saves on a series that's all offside. It never gets challenged. The saves count. The shots count. Everything counts.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, revisiting this because of the Olympics yesterday. Team USA and Latvia.
The Olympics, which, by the way, we might need a quick emergency as a goalie breakdown.
All right, let's do it, Owen.
Italy.
Senior goaltending correspondent.
Italy.
Damian Clara, is that his name?
Damian Clara, but he didn't get the start in this game.
Whoa.
Uh-oh.
So the guy who came in after Fidani did.
Does he have a nickname, by the way?
Damian Clara?
Yeah.
Ooh, good question.
We'll have to create one. He's probably going to make the NHL very soon. So maybe he's injured. So Clara didn't play at the start of this game. He had been injured at the end of the Sweden game. So the other guy goes in. Clara's the backup. It's 2-1 Slovakia with 10 minutes to go.
Okay.
Shots are 30-18. Like, could be worse.
Yeah.
Fidani's made 28 saves on 30 shots. He just got pulled with 10 minutes to go. And he's got his arms out like, what's happening? Clara's going in. And now he's in the game.
What? Like,
so I guess it feels like a pre-planned goalie rotation. Again,
No,
I would think he's hurt, but his arms were out, like
Right.
acting like what is happening.
Wow. As a goalie is stumped over here.
Like they're using Clara as the closer,
Right,
almost,
he's like
although they're losing.
he's
the closer goalie.
Yeah, that's
Is that
wild.
an idea?
No, it shouldn't be. If it is, it's a bad one.
I'm just over here waiting to give you my nickname for the goalie.
Are there numbers that show
I
that
got it.
goalies are better in their first 10 minutes of playing than they are
Not after
at
sitting on the
end?
bench for 2.5 hours.
You think them being ice cold is more?
That's a horrific idea.
All right. So we're not going to get Mariano Rivera goalies
No,
at some point.
absolutely not.
Where
No.
Lyon is your starter and UPL becomes your closer.
That is begging
All
for
right.
a guy's groin to end up in the stands.
Okay,
Like,
all right.
that is a recipe for nightmares.
Never
I don't
mind,
know why
just
they
saying
would do that.
Maybe he is hurt.
He's
Again,
gotta
his
be.
reaction is making it seem like he wasn't, but maybe
2-1, 28 saves on 30 is a good night. Like,
Yeah.
that's you're not pulling that guy, and if he's I don't know if he's not hurt, I have no explanation.
You guys ready for the
I'm ready for the
You ready for the
nickname.
nickname?
Yeah. For Damian Clara?
Yeah.
He likes it. I don't know what it
I
is,
know
but
he's
he likes
moving
it.
around over this, wiggling.
It's good. Ready? Pasta for goalie.
Can we turn the show off?
No, not good.
Oh my gosh!
Come on.
I'm kind of there.
Yeah,
I like
come on.
it.
What's wrong with it?
Pasta for goalie.
Don Granado was just Donnie Meatballs out of nowhere. We can't do pasta for goalie.
Sure, but man,
What's wrong?
You got to put the cadence on it, like
Pasta the
pasta for
goalie.
goalie. You know, you got to.
All right, we'll go to break. Dave Buchanan on the other side on the Daytona 500 and the Bandits as well. Brad Riter, 9 o'clock. Paul, let's talk Team USA and the win they got over Latvia. We saw Tage Thompson and Jack Eichel connecting for a goal on the power play. Nice play from Thompson, and I guess like the big thing to talk about for Sabres fans is seeing Thompson in a couple different spots on that power play, including down low, a spot he's not often with the Sabres.
Well, it's like Thompson and Eichel are still playing together. I mean, it's like they picked up right where they left off when Eichel was a Sabre. They're both on that side, and they both are interchangeable in what we're seeing with them. It's like, for example, Thompson was in the corner, came out, Eichel found him, and he came out, made the play, scored the goal. Later on, they flipped, and now Eichel was down low, and that's when he found Matthews in front for the other power play goal. So they were interchanging over on that left side, kind of taking turns, which kind of makes a headache for the other team. Now, don't forget, Thompson only has 5 power play goals this year in the NHL. Yeah. Even strength goals, he's second in the league with 25. Mm-hmm. Only Nate McKinnon has more with 32. So, he has not been scoring power play goals this year. But as I said, he and Eichel were working it like they used to. And as I said, it didn't look like that they had been apart at all.
And Tage's spot on the power play for the Sabres has been established for quite some time. Joe, you've been going over numbers, though, about like his shooting percentage.
It's really low.
It's really low. I mean, I'm not out here to say the Sabres need to reinvent their power play because he has scored from over there quite a bit. But I wonder if Seth Appert watches and thinks, do I have someone that I could use with him over there to kind of run the same kind of thing where Tage would maybe move around a little more?
Well, insert the right name. It's Lindy Ruff, not Seth Appert. It's Lindy Ruff's power play. And it's, Yeah, the thing is, with the Sabres, teams are taking him away. I mean, he might get the shot off, but it's not the Tage Thompson, cannon shot from there, because if he gets the shot, he really isn't getting a chance to wind it up and take the one-timer because they're taking it away from him. So that play is always going to be there for the Sabres until they do it enough that teams take it away. And that's, coming out from the corner and scoring that way on the power play. It's the reason it's there for the Sabres is because they rarely do it. And, they've only have a couple of goals doing it that way, so it's wide open. I think Tage did get a power play goal recently by coming out from the corner like that.
Maybe we learned yesterday.
No clue.
We learned that goaltender interference in hockey internationally is different than the NHL.
You just can't be in the crease at all.
Yeah, there's
Even
zero.
if you don't, because on the goal that got taken off the board by the U.S., I didn't really think they made much contact at all.
No.
He maybe touched Merzlikins, but I didn't think did anything to inhibit his ability to make the save. But then, of course, the rule is, if you're in the crease, it doesn't really matter if you make contact. That's getting taken off the board.
Yeah, in the NHL, that goal stands, I think, 100 times out of 100, maybe 99 times out of 100. We've seen some bad calls.
I'll say 99.
But, and you're watching that.
Yeah. I the first thought I had was, I like that I know the answer quickly with their rule set. I know
it's not
as soon as I
it's
see,
not as subjective.
It's just, he's in the crease. That's not going to count.
That's a good point.
Right.
It's over. I don't need to think about it. It's done. I think is it soft? Yeah. Does it make any difference to Merzlikins making that save? Absolutely not. But he was there, and that's the rule, and it's a black and white thing. You can just say, this is the rule. This doesn't count. The NHL is a nightmare. If that happened in the NHL, like you said, I think it's probably 99 out of 100. But do you know? No. Nobody has any clue what's going to happen on that.
Whatever mood the ref's in that night.
And so I think overall, my thought was this is kind of nice to know. I know why this isn't going to count. This is not going to count. I have no debate about it. I'm just going to let them review it stupidly because that's, takes forever anyways. But I know the answer, and it's
Tage Thompson and Team USA got off to a hot start, defeating Latvia by a score of 5-1. Thompson scored a power play goal, assisted by Jack Eichel. Other scores from the men's tournament yesterday: Canada defeats Czechia 5-0, Switzerland defeated France 4-0, and Germany defeated Denmark 3-1. Rasmus Dahlin and Team Sweden in action as we speak against Finland. Currently 3-1 Finland. Rasmus Dahlin has Sweden's only goal. Today, 3:10, Canada faces off with Switzerland as well. In other news for Team USA, Chloe Kim went for the Olympics' first snowboarding three-peat, but takes home silver. Short track speed skater Kristen Santos Griswold struggled, falling, getting knocked to the ice multiple times, which left her locked out of the medal final race. A gold medal rankings update: Norway in front, 7 gold, 2 silver, 5 bronze medals. Italy in second, 6 gold, 3 silver, 8 bronze medals. And in third, USA, 4 gold, 7 silver, 8 bronze medals. It's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Jeremy and Joe, good Friday morning. A little Real Gone from Sheryl Crow. Shout out the Cars soundtrack. I appreciate this bump here, Joe Kelly. All right, we're going to get to Dave Buchanan, who joins us on the Wester Hotline, talk a little NASCAR, the Great American Race this weekend, Daytona 500. Dave, good morning. Thanks for joining us today.
Jeremy, Joe, good to catch up with you guys. How's it going?
Good. David, somebody sent me a message. You got to have Dave Buchanan on because a lot's going on in NASCAR and Daytona's this week. And I said, okay. And I texted you right away. So take us through it. Of course, it's the big race. But why would someone say there's a lot going on in NASCAR right now? What's new and what's unique about this year's race?
Well, I'm glad you listen to your listeners and give them what they want. I think that the biggest thing going on with NASCAR going into this season is the change in how they're going to crown their champion. The playoff system that they had used the last couple of years is going away, and they're going back to what is called the chase format, where it's a 36 race season. The first 26 races, for all intents and purposes, is the regular season. And then when they get through race 26, they'll take the top 16 guys in points and restack them and let them run the final 10 races to crown the NASCAR Cup Series champion. So the playoff system had been kind of meh, I thought, a little too gimmicky for my taste over the last few years. And more and more fans were kind of saying that as well, too. And so they've gone back to the chase format. So I think that's a big thing headed into the season.
So this was a format they ran before that was successful?
Yeah, I thought it was pretty good. I liked it even better when they only did like 10 or 12 drivers to decide the championship instead of 16. But I think it's still better than the gimmicky, as NASCAR would call it, their Game 7 moments when they would try and have these elimination races. And I thought it just led to too much shenanigans on the track and took away from the naturalness of the sport.
Yeah, it almost felt forced, kind of. Maybe like getting that drama at the end of all those races.
Yeah, a little too much for my taste. You have, crazy events like what Ross Chastain did in Martinsville a couple of years ago where he tried to, Mario Kart there at the finish and tried to ride the wall to advance, and it was just silly, in my opinion.
He did succeed, though, right?
He did succeed, yes, and they promptly outlawed anybody from doing that ever again.
So that's the only time we'll ever see that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, what's the forecast look like for the weekend? Because I know that's always like a big part of this, right? Like you get ready for this day and you want it to happen.
Yeah, I think there is a threat of rain on Sunday, as there always seems to be these last few years. And it always, they wait to start the race now to almost 3 o'clock for television purposes. And usually it's all nice all morning, and then right around 2 o'clock is when the clouds roll in. So I do think there's a chance of rain, but it's not as pessimistic as it was maybe a couple of years ago, I think, when it was almost all but a given they were going to have to run on Monday.
Yeah. How about the favorites, Dave? Who are the picks? Who's the short list of who you expect to take this?
Well, it's a super speedway race, so the first names out of my mouth always when it comes to super speedway racing are Joey Logano and Denny Hamlin. I mean, the two former winners of the Daytona 500, Joey, a former champion. Joey won the qualifying won his qualifying race last night, so he's going to start the race in third position on Sunday. So he always is really well along with his Penske Racing teammate Ryan Blaney. Denny Hamlin has won this race 3 times, another driver that's just a master when it comes to super speedway racing. So I think those are two of the favorites. Kyle Busch is an interesting story. He's never won the Daytona 500. He's like Dale Earnhardt now, where this is going to be his 20th attempt to try and win this race, and I think that's what took Dale Earnhardt Sr. 20 years to win his lone Daytona 500. He's starting on the pole. He was fastest in qualifying on Wednesday night. So he's also a favorite, and Richard Childress Racing always brings good speed to the super speedway races. So I think you got to look at those guys. You can never discount Hendrick Motorsports. They won it the last 2 years with William Byron, but he's going to start 39th because he crashed last night in the qualifying race. He'll have to go to a backup car. But you've got his teammates, Kyle Larson, the defending series champion, Alex Bowman, and Chase Elliott, of course. Chase won the other qualifying race last night, and Chase has never won the Daytona 500 either, something his dad did a couple of times. But I think, he's pretty good odds. I think I saw him at plus 2,000 this morning. So those are probably the favorites. If you want a couple dark horses, I kind of like the 2 Legacy Motor Club drivers, Eric Jones and John Hunter Nemechek. Both drivers do pretty well in super speedway races, even though they're not driving for one of the top teams in the sport. Those are a couple of guys I'd look at with a little bit longer odds. And you always got to look at someone like an Austin Dillon, who, again, Richard Childress Racing, teammate to Kyle Busch. They always have good speed at these races, and he always seems to find himself at the front of the field at the end of these races, somehow dodges all the big wrecks. Has won this race before.
Yeah. How crazy a story would it be, Dave, if Denny Hamlin won? I don't know how many people know the story, but he lost his father in a house fire, right?
Yeah.
And then he got hurt in the wreckage, and he's racing. I've heard a lot of his comments throughout the last couple of weeks, and it's almost crazy to me that he's mentally able to do it this week.
He's gone through a lot the last couple of months. I mean, he basically won the lawsuit against NASCAR with him and Michael Jordan and the other teams that sued NASCAR over the charter agreements. They won that lawsuit or got it settled in their favor at least. So he was on top of the world. And then his parents had that terrible house fire. His dad passed away, unfortunately. I think his mom also spent some time in the hospital. And like you said, Joe, yeah, he was going through the wreckage, rubble, and fell and hurt his shoulder. And he's going to, it needs surgery, but he said he's going to try and tough it out this season because, Denny, he still wants that first NASCAR Cup championship. He's won the Daytona 500 2-3 times, but he's come short. He's like some people say he's the Buffalo Bills of NASCAR, just with how close he's come to winning championships, but has never been able to break through.
Dave, before I let you go, the Bandits, what's going on? Three championships in a row, and it's all gone south. The thing I want to ask about the Bandits, are they having like a Chiefs moment where things are going wrong, but you kind of fully expect it to get right, or is it a real problem that's happening?
I mean, yeah, we've seen instances in this 3-year run where, a couple seasons ago, even later in the season than now, they've been below 500 like this and fighting for a playoff spot. And that, 2024, they turned it around, made the playoffs, and won the championship. So, yeah, I mean, you never say never till they're fully out of it. They're 8 games in. They've got 10 games to go. I think really you got to get to 10 wins to really have a good shot at making the playoffs. So they're going to need to win 7 of their last 10 games to make the postseason. Unfortunately, their schedule does not get easier after playing in Halifax tomorrow, which is a very winnable game. They got to go to Vancouver, who's the second best team in the league, one of the teams they eliminated last year. And the following weekend, they come home for a championship rematch against Saskatchewan, who's the top team in the league. And then the next night, they got to go to Hamilton and play Toronto, which is no easy task either. So, unfortunately, they're going to have to win some big games over the next few weeks to stay in contention. I think a little bit of it is they had some losses in the offseason. Chase Frazier and Chris Kluche signed with Las Vegas. Justin Martin retired. And while the defense has been a little bit better overcoming that, the offense has struggled a little bit in finding its way. It looked better last week against Philadelphia, scoring 11 goals, but they still need to, get a few more goals out of guys like Josh Byrne and Ian McKay there on the left side of the floor. So, just get in the playoffs and they're going to have a shot at it. But it is going to be quite the task here over these final 10 games.
Yeah, they played a couple games on the road and next home on the 27th at KeyBank Center. All right, Dave, well, thanks for the time. Enjoy the race on Sunday. Who's the pick? Who's your pick?
Like I said, I always go Joey Logano is always my pick.
Okay.
When it comes to super speedway racing. He looked good as always last night. As long as he can avoid the big wrecks at the end, he'll be there and he'll have a shot at it. So
I saw
should be good.
I saw Joey Logano, the one NASCAR race I went to, however many years ago now, like almost 9-10 years ago. I saw him go wire to wire at Michigan, like start to finish. He just dominated. So I've seen it happen.
Yeah, he's one of the best, multi-time champion. So another new face started to make this run long, but Connor Zilic, a 19 years old rookie driver driving for Trackhouse Racing, a Red Bull sponsorship. He's probably NASCAR's hottest prospect in the last since Kyle Larson, probably. So that's someone if you haven't been following the sport, there's another name to keep an eye on this weekend.
All right, thanks, Dave.
Thanks, guys. Good to talk to you.
Dave Buchanan. Brad Riter's going to join us in studio coming up for the 9 o'clock segment or 2. He'll be filling in next week from 1 to 3. He and Tim Graham are going to be taking you through your middays and afternoons. Daytona this weekend. The Pebble Beach Pro-Am. You know what? I walk around thinking when the Pebble Beach Pro-Am is going on, Joe, I think to myself, I wish people would ask me more about Pebble Beach. Because,
about going to Pebble Beach?
About playing the course, watching them play the course, watching Pebble. Yeah. It's incredible. To watch the event,
I think this is the week where I really start to be like,
think about golf.
Spring, please, enough of this.
Yeah.
Get here,
spring,
and when Pebble's on,
it's nice. The temperatures, we're getting to 42 by Monday.
All right, I'll take a win. Take that as a win.
Yep. 803-0550 our number on WGR.
clear, and the players know the answer, and that is maybe the most important thing.
Yep.
Is every team in this tournament right now?
Jeremy White here for
is playing
Riverfront
that
Auto
goal
Sales.
for their players and
1370.
going, look it.
Don't stand here.
Don't go into the crease. It will not count. And I think that's good.
Yeah.
So I after the initial, that's really soft. That's in my mind should count. But in their rule book, it doesn't. And I think it's more obvious and clear. So that's probably a good thing overall for fans.
Maybe we learned yesterday.
No clue.
We learned that goaltender interference in hockey internationally is different than the NHL.
You just can't be in the crease at all.
Yeah, there's
Even
zero.
if you don't, because on the goal that got taken off the board by the U.S., I didn't really think they made much contact at all.
No.
He maybe touched Merzlikins, but I didn't think did anything to inhibit his ability to make the save. But then, of course, the rule is if you're in the crease, it doesn't really matter if you make contact. That's getting taken off the board.
Yeah, in the NHL, that goal stands, I think, 100 times out of 100, maybe 99 times out of 100. We've seen some bad calls.
I'll say 99.
But, and you're watching that.
Yeah. I the first thought I had was I like that I know the answer quickly with their rule set. I know
it's not
as soon as I
it's
see
not as subjective.
It's just he's in the crease. That's not going to count.
That's a good point.
Right.
It's over. I don't need to think about it. It's done. I think is it soft? Yeah. Does it make any difference to Merzlikins making that save? Absolutely not. But he was there, and that's the rule, and it's a black and white thing. You can just say, oh, this is the rule. This doesn't count. The NHL is a nightmare. If that happened in the NHL, like you said, I think it's probably 99 out of 100. But do you know? No. Nobody has any clue what's going to happen on that.
Whatever mood the ref's in that night.
And so I think overall, my thought was this is kind of nice to know. I know why this isn't going to count. This is not going to count. I have no debate about it. I'm just going to let them review it stupidly because that's, takes forever anyways. But I know the answer, and it's clear, and the players know the answer, and that is maybe the most important thing.
Yep.
Is every team in this tournament right now is playing that goal for their players and going, look it.
Don't stand here.
Don't go into the crease. It will not count. And I think that's good.
Yeah.
So I after the initial, that's really soft. That's, in my mind should count. But in their rule book, it doesn't. And I think it's more obvious and clear. So that's probably a good thing overall for fans.
I am an old man yelling at a cloud. I, of course, complain about officiating and rules analysts and everything. I think that hockey has been ruined more than any other sport for replay. Hockey has destroyed its product with replay, is what I think about it. And it doesn't have to be specific to that goaltender interference call. It's how many events do I even get in a night? And every single one of them, I immediately after it have to think, okay, let's all take a look and see if this counted. We are at 20 years. Mm-hmm. Is it 20? No, I'm sorry, 10 years.
10 years.
10 years of the offside challenge, ruining this sport. Absolutely ruining it on every level. From the Olympic level to go watch a game at Canisius and there's a challenge for offside. The sport has been absolutely ruined by offside challenges and by review, by endless review, by referees on iPads. I can't say it strongly enough without yelling more. Am I nuts that this sport has been ruined the most? I don't like replay all over the place. I don't like too much replay. If you're going to call and tell me, well, football does, I'm like, I wouldn't disagree. Soccer and VAR and everything's got some. Yeah. You can't escape replay. But to me, the whole argument the NHL used to have, which, hey, it's the best sport in the world to go see live. You got to see this game live. You won't believe how fast it is. Yeah. And then you get there and you'll see something amazing, and you have to wait for officials to tell you if it counted. It has been ruined. All right, it's nostalgia time. Let Grandpa take you back in time here, Joe.
Okay.
You youngins. 36 years ago yesterday, Super Mario Brothers 3 came out.
Okay.
And my first thought was, oh, yeah, oh, man. I used to, in like the 36 years ago, so that would have been 19, what's the year on that? 89. Yeah.
90?
What year is it? Okay, sure, 1990. I don't know what year it is.
Yeah,
1990. This is how old Grandpa is now. 1990. That time of the world, when a video game came out, it was the kind of event that was also, of course, amazing. But, Joe, I did this for Super Mario 3, definitely. I did this for, like, Madden 94, NHL 94.
Uh-huh.
I, as a 11, 12, 13, I would call Electronics Boutique every day and say, hey, did you guys get Super Mario 3 in yet? No. Click. Hey, do you guys have Super... Every day. That's the only way you knew if a game was in the stores. You couldn't go online. You couldn't just order it. You had to do the work.
Yeah.
You'd hear rumors in school. Somebody says, they have one at the mall just north of Syracuse. I hear they have it up there. Oh, really? Oh, man, we got to get out there. Mom, can we go to the Penn Yan Mall? So-and-so says they have Mario 3. The work we had to do for our games, you kids today would never understand.
No, that is insane.
You kids today.
I mean, I waited in line for games, but I would have known it was there.
Right. You could check the stock.
Yeah, right.
Now
I could check on my computer on their website.
There was also a moment when I was telling you this last night. I was telling Joe a little bit of this story. He's like, oh, yeah, EB Games. I'm like, yes, it used to be called Electronics Boutique. That's what it was called.
That's what EB stands for.
It was Electronics Boutique, and that's where you got your games.
Right.
NHLPA 93 when they had the rights to the players but not the teams.
Right. Oh, that's hilarious.
Yeah.
Really?
NHLPA 93 for Super Nintendo.
NHLPA 93.
That was the game. Yep. They didn't have
funny.
They didn't have the league rights. They had the player rights.
Player Association.
That's the more important one.
I was going to say, I think I'd rather have I'd rather have the players.
Oh, yeah.
How about this?
Yeah.
There used to be the college football game. Like now we do name, image, likeness, and guys are in games.
Yeah.
The college football game used to be like Bill Walsh college football, maybe. They couldn't use the name if it was too clearly a copy. Like Notre Dame was not Notre Dame. They were South Bend.
Right.
And Texas A&M was College Station.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. You could still use Texas, but if it was too on the nose, they changed it.
Yeah.
I don't know if Penn State was Happy Valley, maybe, but I definitely remember College Station in South Bend.
That's cool. That's smart. There was some game I used to play that had an issue with the football player, and they would change just like one letter of the name.
Oh.
It'd be like,
yeah.
I can't think of a good example, but they would just shift one letter at the first name would go from Will to Bill.
There was also a time where there's an entire NBA game that didn't have only Jordan in it.
Right, because
Jordan was the only one not in it.
I think so. Maybe Jordan.
That's like
Jordan and Bird. The two players not in it.
My favorite baseball game ever is MVP Baseball 2005, and there were a couple of players not in that, including Barry Bonds, who was John Dowd.
Right.
Yes.
And there was a couple of other ones. There were like a couple players that were never in it. The guy, who was never in Madden? Never one time.
Belichick.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Belichick was never in Madden.
Sean Payton's.
I mean, you don't play as the head coach anyway, but like they'd go to the sidelines and it would just be like a default.
Yeah, just like a random base
Patriots
character
coach.
guy.
Yeah. NE coach.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No ripped up hoodies for
the responses on this nostalgia tour that I got from posting about Super Mario 3, like people remembering the time their brother walked in the house with it and just yeah. Jim, I was just telling my wife, I called every day. One day they said it was in. I had to get my mom to drive me there. Like, I remember trying to get my hands on Tecmo Bowl 2.
Yeah, what's that like when you get the call? We actually do have it. Is that like 5-alarm fire?
Then
Like,
you gotta-
Mom, we gotta go.
We gotta go.
We gotta go
We
now.
gotta go.
Yeah.
That's got to be an exciting moment for Mom. Like, oh, we're done with this.
Here's another one. I remember opening my grandma's door, my cousin getting out of the car, holding up the sleeved Super Mario 3 with a giant smirk. We played all night. This is 36 years ago.
Right.
Remembering when your cousin, I got it.
That's awesome.
Mario 3.
I actually put a lot of hours into Mario 3. My grandparents have the original Nintendo system, so they had it. So I put the no memory card or anything like that, so I'd have to restart every time.
Once you could fly with that raccoon tail, it's like
it was game over.
It's like your little 10-year-old, 12-year-old brain exploded.
Yeah.
Mario
What?
can fly now?
Yeah.
He can turn into things. Did he turn into a frog too in that game?
Yes, if I'm not mistaken.
I really never played the regular Mario games. So. It was always also like GameCube is more my era anyway.
Yeah.
It was Mario Party.
Okay.
It was Mario Kart. It was Mario Kart.
Yeah.
And it was Super Mario Strikers, which is my favorite Mario game ever.
It's a soccer game.
Now
it's a soccer.
Right?
It was the Mario Tennis too.
Yeah.
Baseball,
But-
Super Sluggers they had.
Yeah,
That was a
Now
good
there
one.
are like
The Mario sports games were great, but the soccer one was
Soccer one
out of
awesome.
this world.
I had a tournament on my. A bunch of us had DSs.
Yeah.
That was my era.
Yeah.
We had DSs in middle school. Like we are going hard at
But,
Striker today.
It wasn't just soccer. It was like NHL hits meets soccer video game. Like there were body checks
right
in this game. Like you could put one of the characters through the wall or into the board so hard that they would be dazed for like 20 seconds and you'd be playing a man short until he gets up. There was the 2-goal shot that you could take.
Right, yeah, the
but you would
big
have to
one.
jump up into the air and like light up on fire. And while you're doing that, if you're on defense, you have to scramble and check him while he's in the air to knock
Right.
him out of that
It
process.
was so fun.
That game was
so
incredible.
Oh, it's awesome.
there are like 100 Mario games now where it's just like the Mario this kind of game,
Yeah,
and they're all fun.
they are.
They're all good. I've got a
it's
Switch, and
they are all good.
I'll just like have a flight somewhere and get like, oh, what's this next one? Galaxy? Okay, let me try it.
Sweet.
They're always fun.
Yeah,
They're always fun.
they rule.
All right, Brad Riter is here. He's going to be on these airwaves next week from 1 to 3 with Tim Graham filling in past that. So Brad's going to pop in and hang out. We're gonna show him how the microphones work. He's rusty. This button right here is on. That I turned it off. You can't hear me say when I turn it. That's something I'll teach you. I'll refresh your memory. All right, so Brad's going to pop in. We'll talk, sports things, all that stuff. Maybe he's got a Mario memory. 803-0550, 36 years ago. Mario could fly. My mind's blown all over again. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. Paul, let's talk Team USA and the win they got over Latvia. We saw Tage Thompson and Jack Eichel connecting for a goal on the power play. Nice play from Thompson, and I guess like the big thing to talk about for Sabres fans is seeing Thompson in a couple different spots on that power play, including down low, a spot he's not often with the Sabres.
Well, it's like Thompson and Eichel are still playing together. I mean, it's like they picked up right where they left off when Eichel was a Sabre. They're both on that side, and they both are interchangeable in what we're seeing with them. It's like, for example, Thompson was in the corner, came out, Eichel found him, and he came out, made the play, scored the goal. Later on, they flipped, and now Eichel was down low, and that's when he found Matthews in front for the other power play goal. So they were interchanging over on that left side, kind of taking turns, which kind of makes a headache for the other team. Now, don't forget, Thompson only has 5 power play goals this year in the NHL. Yeah. Even strength goals, he's second in the league with 25. Mm-hmm. Only Nate McKinnon has more with 32. So, he has not been scoring power play goals this year. But as I said, he and Eichel were working it like they used to. And as I said, it didn't look like that they had been apart at all.
And Tage's spot on the power play for the Sabres has been established for quite some time. Joe, you've been going over numbers, though, about like his shooting percentage.
It's really low.
It's really low. I mean, I'm not out here to say the Sabres need to reinvent their power play because he has scored from over there quite a bit. But I wonder if Seth Appert watches and thinks, Do I have someone that I could use with him over there to kind of run the same kind of thing where Tage would maybe move around a little more?
Well, insert the right name. It's Lindy Ruff, not Seth Appert. It's Lindy Ruff's power play. And it's, the thing is, with the Sabres, teams are taking him away. I mean, he might get the shot off, but it's not the Tage Thompson, cannon shot from there, because if he gets the shot, he really isn't getting a chance to wind it up and take the one-timer because they're taking it away from him. So that play is always going to be there for the Sabres until they do it enough that teams take it away. And that's, coming out from the corner and scoring that way on the power play. It's the reason it's there for the Sabres is because they rarely do it. And, they've only have a couple of goals doing it that way, so it's wide open. I think Tage did get a power play goal recently by coming out from the corner like that.
One thing that makes him different, I think, right now than the Ravens or the Bengals or these other teams that have the elite quarterbacks is your quarterbacks have had injury problems, and this one hasn't. Doesn't mean it can't happen. Knock on wood. Doesn't mean it can't happen. But
I'm just knocking for the next 5 minutes.
He battles through everything, and because that's the other part of it, right? Like, Jackson at least does this. Mahomes and Burrow maybe don't. Like, there sometimes are, like, the mid-level injuries that they'll miss games for, and that doesn't happen with this quarterback.
That's right. Doesn't happen with this quarterback.
And the team is good enough when he's on the field that I think the lowest they would ever pick with him playing an entire year is, like, 22nd.
Not only does that not happen with Josh, and again, knocking on all the wood, when Josh is hurt, he doesn't tell you.
That's what I mean, right?
Like,
right.
The other quarterbacks will sometimes miss a game or let you know they're hurting. And for Josh, how are you? Fine. Next week, walking boot, crutches.
Yeah, he had a broken bone.
He does not tell you when he's hurt.
Right.
Did you break your hand? No, I'm fine. Next week, cast. Like, you sure about that?
Right.
He doesn't tell anybody when he's hurt.
Tage Thompson and Team USA got off to a hot start in the men's Olympic hockey tournament, defeating Latvia by a score of 5-1. Thompson scored a power play goal assisted by Jack Eichel. Other scores from the men's tournament yesterday: Canada defeats Czechia 5-0, Switzerland defeats France 4-0, and Germany defeated Denmark 3-1. Rasmus Dahlin and Team Sweden fell short against Finland earlier this morning 4-1. Rasmus Dahlin scored Sweden's only goal. Today at 3:10, Canada faces off with Switzerland as well. In other news for Team USA, Chloe Kim went for the Olympics' first snowboarding three-peat, but takes home silver. Short track speed skater Kristen Santos Griswold struggled, falling, getting knocked onto the ice multiple times, which left her locked out of the medal final race. A gold medal rankings update: Norway in front, 7 gold, 2 silver, 5 bronze. Italy in second, 6 gold medals, 3 silver, 8 bronze. And in third is the USA, 4 gold, 7 silver, and 8 bronze medals. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for WGR Sports Radio 550.
It's Jeremy White and Joe DiBiase.
Paperboy. No idea.
Nothing?
Nothing.
I've got
Let
nothing.
me tell you, this
Nothing.
game was impossible and amazing.
Was the concept of the game you were a paperboy delivering papers?
Yes.
Sounds like a fun game.
You were riding your bike.
Real fun.
And you'd have to time your speed and throw the paper at the house, and you'd get points if you got in the mailbox or if you broke a window or a dog would chase you. And after you got through a block, you'd go over a highway and go into like a bike park and go over jumps. And this game, I don't know anybody out there ever made it longer than like a minute and a half. It's one of those games where presumably there were more boards, but I put a quarter in, I'd fall off my bike or get hit by a car. Hitting that paper in that mailbox, boom, 500 points. You're like, oh,
Right.
amazing. Paperboy.
On WGR Sports Radio 550.
All right. Hey, everybody. Jeremy and Joe, it's Friday. It's 9 o'clock. We've got a special guest in studio, Brad Riter.
Hi.
I've seen you in that spot before.
I have. Yeah, I've been here. My code doesn't work to get in the building.
Okay.
I don't know if you guys changed them since 2007, but
Yeah.
something didn't work, so I had to wait. But what's weird is a lot is the same and a lot is different.
Yeah, we actually just went through some renovations in the building. So yeah, new conference room, new stuff.
But the people too. So it's like I know 90% of the people in this building. I'm sure there are a couple that I don't. Some are like, "Oh my God, it's so good to see you. It's been so long." And then I walk past Weeze from Kiss. He's like, "Hey, Brad."
Yeah.
People don't even know I was gone.
Yeah. Well, Brad, of course, maybe you don't know Brad. Brad used to work here long ago, and he's going to be filling in 1 to 3 with Tim Graham. You guys are doing a week together, and then he's going to the combine, and you're still going to be here.
We're still together, but I'll hold it down in the studio, so it'll be fine.
You're basically 1 to 3 until I'm told otherwise, really. So.
I'm going to say until further notice, but it's 2 weeks. This is not. I've gotten so many. My phone's been blowing up. Like I got hired to coach the Bills.
Nice.
Really, I'm just filling in on a radio show for a couple weeks while you guys and management here figures out what's going on. But I might chain myself to the microphone and not let myself out after 2 weeks. But the plan right now is it's me and Tim for 2 weeks in studio, and then the combine. So I'm here. Tim's down there. Sal's down there. They're going to be right on Radio Row, so we're going to be hopefully able to check in with live guests and that kind of stuff.
And you've been, of course, like with UB for a long time.
2008, since 2008. Yeah.
So you've been traveling with UB, been doing your own show as well from 10 to noon these last couple of years. So you're still in practice.
Well, I'm very much. I started a new radio show about a year ago or so, and it lasted 100 episodes, and then ownership changed, or not ownership, but management changed, and they're like, we got some other ideas. So I went away, but I had the momentum. Like I took 14 years off from really doing a show daily, and there's a mindset that comes with having to do it. And I picked it back up by doing 100 shows. So I was like, I'm not stopping the momentum. I'm not applying for jobs. I'm just gonna do this. This is what I'm better at. I was back like up to speed. So I ended at 100 episodes. Today will be episode 265. So I've done 165 2-hour shows from my house. I will do one today. I'm going to take 2 weeks off because I'm doing this, and then we'll reassess.
All right. Well, here you are.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, we're here. We're here all the time these days. If you want to give us a call on anything for 803-0550, it's a Friday. We talked about Super Mario 3 in the last segment, so
I know
I'm taking some liberties.
So pulling in here, it was right around the time that I was turning in off of Maple to come in, and it took from the time I was pulling in to the time I was parked for you two clowns to figure out what year 36 years ago was. And I just want to give you a little trick here. This year ends in 6. Anything that comes with a 6, it makes the math real easy.
Yeah,
I graduated in 92. It makes what grade was I in anytime very easy to figure out. Like, well, I remember sitting in 6th grade. That must have been 85 or 86. It's a good little trick.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just
You're talking
trying to bring you along here.
You're talking to a guy who has a day of the week clock next to him. It says Friday, Brad.
That's nice.
That's what I need. I had a listener sent that to me because I too often was forgetting what day of the week it was.
I get it.
Probably because the Bills started playing on Mondays and Thursdays, and that's not fair. I shouldn't be required to know what day of the week it is when they do this.
I
stuff.
get very lost, especially you mentioned my connection with UB. Once they get into midweek action, good luck.
Right.
Good luck. The Bills are playing Thursday. The Bulls are playing Tuesday. Nobody's playing Saturday or Sunday, and I'm expected to know where to take my kids tonight. That's very difficult.
So you'll be in with Tim. Tim Graham's going to come in and hang out with you for the week. So, whatever. It's an interesting offseason to say the least for that. You guys will be holding it down, talking Bills.
Well, here's what's awesome
Olympic,
about
Sabres,
that.
all that stuff.
Here's what's awesome about that. I have kept up my practice of talking into microphones. I have not kept up my practice of knowing everything that's going on around the leagues. Tim brings all of that. So I can draw. I am very happy to hang out and go, hey, what happened there? I don't know. And then react to him as opposed to me coming out and spewing some hardcore opinion about a game I didn't watch or a season I haven't been following or whatever it is. So it's going to be a good combination. And plus, I mean, Tim and I have worked together forever as well.
Yeah.
Back to previous, I was doing a weekly thing with him 15 or 16 years ago as well. We're doing this live trivia thing he's helping out with. There's a lot. So a real good connection there. I'm thrilled to work with Tim.
And you've got a good hockey team to talk about.
Well, all right.
That's been almost 18 years.
That is, I was going to say.
It's been almost that long.
That's why he's back. Just the hockey team.
All right.
There's a good hockey team.
Is this the time to call out Brian Koziel? I was going to save it for Monday, but I did the post-game shows for 2 years. They went to the Eastern Conference Finals twice. They won 4 playoff series. Brian Koziel has done it for 18 years. They've won no playoff series. Now they're back, and I think it is wise. I know there's a little bit of friction between the franchises and the station right now with all the changes that are happening right now, but I can't help but think the Sabres had something to do with it. Like, hey, could you maybe get Brad back in here? Because we were a lot better when he was around.
Maybe. Eastern Conference Finals twice. It's like, I mean, it's a lifetime ago. But they are good again.
They are.
Their games are fun. They've got Olympians again.
How fun is American Sabre Olympian? Like, I still I remember the mixed feelings in Nagano in 98 when the best player in the world was a Sabre, but he was playing for a different country. And, like, I'm rooting for the Czech Republic.
Now,
It was
would they
weird.
have played against Team USA, though, on their way? Because, once they played Canada, that was probably easier, right? Or no?
I don't remember. I'm just talking about the overall approach. I don't remember who played whom and when, but I just know that there were very mixed feelings when we're sending this guy over. We're calling him the best goaltender in the world. He's got a stage on which to prove he's the best goaltender in the world, which would, in the process, invalidate hockey in my entire country and on my continent. So it was tough to know what to root for then.
I'm trying to find the games to see if the U.S. did play the Czech Republic there. The U.S. women won the gold in 1998 at Nagano, but the U.S. team did not. The men's team did not medal.
Yeah, because for me, if I was experiencing that live, I think I would have had no issue once they played Canada. Like, he's your guy, and you don't have ties to the Canadian team. They've never had a Canadian Olympian, not active on the roster. So there wouldn't have been one there from the Sabres.
Well, this point about the American Sabre, and when we were going through all that stuff to get Jack Eichel, I wanted an elite American player to root for. Was like, this is better. He's going to be Captain America. He's going to be the best player on the American team, and that kind of still did happen.
He is
great.
They did play, by the way, in the quarters. Czechia won 4-1. The 98 Olympics. They beat Team USA.
The Czech Republic at the
time.
time.
But the other thing that stood out to me about that was they're playing in Japan. Like right now, it's 9 o'clock in the morning. We're watching live curling.
Yeah.
They're playing in Japan. This was, and I'm 23 years old. This was, hey, do you guys want to come over for the 2 a.m. hockey game?
I can remember watching it in a college dorm with everybody, at 2 a.m., getting up and watching those games.
But it was Hasek that made me care about it. Or it wasn't, yes, I was rooting for the United States and always interested in Canada, but it was knowing that this is the biggest stage, that's the best player, he's on our team, we've got to see what he does. And it was very cool. But had he been American, had that been Ryan Miller instead, it would have been, through the roof.
All right. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. Curling's on right now. The U.S. and Canada in curling. I like in curling when they throw one that doesn't need to be brushed because it's just like a clear-out throw. Is there a term for that? You just
Probably.
We're just going to knock
Asking the wrong guys.
I know. I'm just going to knock one out of here. So let me throw this super fast. It's what I do at a bar with shuffleboard. Like, there's no touch on this one. It's just the line. And then you throw it as fast as you can and knock it out.
I'm sure there is a term. I liked the was it the mixed doubles where it was one at one end and one at the other, and you could hear them talking about what to do. That's a lot more fun. That adds some excitement and intrigue. If curling was on more often, would we watch it? Because it's super interesting.
To your point, they're starting. This happens every Olympics where all of a sudden there's a bunch of seed money thrown into a sport. Like, what if we really invested in a league? Would people watch it? It's a great question.
I mean, am I only asking because I've watched Marty Supreme each of the last 2 nights and thinking about the world of ping pong and how if you pump money into it, maybe it can become a thing? Maybe. But every time it's on, it's intriguing. Yep. I've got 6 different text threads going every time the Americans are curling, and people are into it. It's followable. It's understandable. There's not like you don't have to have a whole background on how. No. You just turn it on. It's fine. I don't know.
I do find myself thinking that the strategy is a little bit beyond me because they're thinking 2 and 3 shots ahead, and that kind of strategy and precision, it's impressive. It's super cool to watch.
I think, though, that is something as I'm watching it that you're picking up a little bit. I think they help on the broadcast too, with like the arrows, like what they're trying to do.
Yeah,
like most of the broadcasts have been pretty good at explaining like what they're going for, and then I'm like, I think if I really got into this, it's almost be like golf for me. Like, listening to their discussion about what they should do almost reminds me of, like, a caddy and a go, like, should we play to the back of the green?
Yeah, you don't want to leave this above the hole, getting down.
On a putt, same thing. Like, it's got some golf vibes to me, the conversations that the guys are having.
That makes sense.
And the girls
I think that's probably right. Anyway.
I'm into it. Also, the uniforms are great.
Have you ever tried it? Curling?
Once, and I'm actually doing it again, I think, later in the month.
Good.
I remember, again, this is back in old radio days. I remember at some point, it was probably an Olympic year where the same thing happened. This conversation, have you ever tried it? No, we haven't. How do we find a place? And at the time, it was impossible to find a place. And then all of a sudden, there were places. And I still have never been a part of it. But it was like before Canal Side had it for a while, and maybe they still do. I've never done it. I'm not comfortable walking on ice in general. And even if they gave me fancy shoes for it, I just don't feel good about it. I'm elderly. I fell and broke my leg like 8 years ago, and now I walk like a penguin everywhere I go if it's even raining because I'm just paranoid that when this massive body collapses to the ground, something's going to snap.
Did I know that you broke your leg? I don't think I did.
I think it was like I fell
8 years ago.
Fell outside a Bills game.
Maybe
preseason Bills game while holding my 3-year-old son, and no, I wasn't drinking. No, doesn't ring a bell.
Wow. Doesn't.
Want to hear a fun story about that?
Seems
so it was mid-August.
Makes sense that you remember it.
Yeah. Well, here's what I remember. It happened mid-August, and I heard it snap, and I still was helped up, and I drove home because I had my 3-year-old with me. I'm not taking an ambulance, but it's my right leg. And I got home, and then I had my dad come pick me up, and we went to the hospital, and they immediately diagnosed me with a high ankle sprain, put me in a walking boot, and sent me home. And they said, if it gets worse, here's a number to call. So this is mid-August. Late October, I was like, it's not getting worse, but it certainly isn't getting better. They're like, why don't you come in for an MRI? And then they said, yeah, it's broken, and I got a cast on Halloween. Broke it August, let's say 15th. Got a cast on Halloween.
For 2 months.
Just walked on it for 2 months,
Just walking around on a broken leg?
Yeah.
Somehow I feel like this is adjacent to how Travis Henry played on a broken leg for the Bills.
Yeah.
He had
Cole Beasley did the same thing, didn't he?
He had a broken bone in his leg
or whatever.
and just played anyway.
Right. It's not Tim Crumry broken.
So same. Like you now know you're built like that. You could play on a broken leg. You kind of did. You did it for months.
2 months.
I did. I didn't play hard. I played at half speed. I wasn't 100%.
You did what you normally do for a couple months.
That's right. Yeah, I got through it.
On a broken leg.
It just was gross and painful.
Well, when you and Tim are in on next week's kind of gearing up for the Combine, and then we will get to the Combine, which will be rumor time, whether that's Max Crosby, A.J. Brown. That's another thing. Like we can sit here and say, like, the Sabres got good since you've last been on. The Bills, obviously. Brad, when we last left off, if I told you like 18 years ago, hey, when you come back, they're going to have a new stadium. They're going to have a new stadium.
Like in San Antonio? Right. Toronto?
And fans will be furious that they are not in the Super Bowl. It'll be the franchise's identity will be so darn good that anything short of the Super Bowl is unacceptable.
I don't even know. I think about this all the time because there was a perception for a while that WGR was just this house of negativity. But my statement forever was, well, you haven't made the playoffs since it's been a sports station. And man, has that flipped. And now you don't win the division and people are livid. You don't win the division against a team that, to my eyes, clearly is a lesser team than yours. And people are still livid like something went wrong. We're talking about a window. The window is that dude's prime. And regardless, eliminate everyone else from the team, start over, pick up the scraps. You're going to be competing for the division if that guy's the quarterback with just base level or better. And, it's not, you can't take all the worst players and Josh Allen, but the world has changed completely with that. And I guess the Sabres got sick of the attention being there, and they've jumped back into the fray too. So it's a better time right now than when I left. For
can
sure.
I tell you one thing I experience right now, like being out in the community talking with Bills fans. Joe and I had an event we were at last night, and people say hi. The frequency with which people are ready to tell us that they're not happy with the GM has never been higher. Like, I think there are points to defend him on, and there are points to get after him on, but it's never been close to this before. And I don't know if that's because like the decision to fire McDermott and elevate him now he's the only one with the
baggage of everything.
All the
baggage,
right?
yeah.
Like
because nothing's going on, Josh.
It's like the eye of Sauron was looking around, and I was like, bam, him.
Yeah.
Everybody is so laser focused on him, whether it's the choice of Joe Brady. Not to say not everyone thinks he needs to go, but he kind of spoke this way in the Tyler Dunn piece, like the idea that it's all on him now. And he's the focus of what a lot of people want to say about this team. More so than any other time I can remember a GM with this team.
Yeah. What stinks is that you put yourself in that spot by being good enough that you become the issue. Because, not a lot of people were screaming about Buddy Nix when, Ryan Fitzpatrick or whoever it would have been. There was just this middling, I don't know where to point. I need all new stuff. But when you're looking at it going, okay, that part is perfect. The most important part is perfect. Now it's your job to make the rest of it, rise that up enough so that perfect can get you to the ultimate goal, which is the Super Bowl and winning it, not just going to it, winning it. There's way too much lately about the quarterbacks that haven't been to the Super Bowl. I don't care about going to the Super Bowl. At this point, in Buffalo, I've been to 4 Super Bowls as a fan.
You have.
I don't, right, but
there's a lot that happened.
I needed to get to the playoffs. I needed a player that is capable of winning the Super Bowl. I need a roster that's capable of it. I've got that, regardless of what kind of year Bean has, regardless of free agency, regardless of anything that happens in 2 weeks at the combine with conversations and trades, all that stuff. If I've got Josh Allen, I've got and the basic group that they have right now, they're going to be competitive for the division, and they're going to be competitive for the top of the conference, and they're going to be competitive in that game if they get there, no matter what he does. So that takes, to me, a little bit of the focus off of Bean. I need some tweaks. But I also need some luck and randomness and injuries, health.
Let me give you a parallel, because I think there are parallels to this. It sounds like that whole conversation, while correct, that sounds like LeBron in Cleveland. Right? I'm always going to be good. Like, congratulations.
And basically, you can do everything wrong, and it doesn't matter.
A little bit. There's a little bit of that. Like, yes, you have this player, but now we're at a little bit of, you're always going to be competitive. So it's your job to make sure that the floor is no longer like, well, at least I've got the floor here.
All right,
and that's where, to a point here that is always made, people will say, like, Bills fans are so spoiled asking for this. Like, excuse me, the New England Patriots in your division have been to 11 Super Bowls, 10 of them since the last time this team went. No one should ever say we're spoiled. They've been to 10. And when they lose, they get callers to their postgame show being like, I didn't think Josh McDaniel was ready for this game. I think he was a disaster. That's spoiled.
Are you ready for a reminder of what it used to be like when you and I worked together? It was just, you do a metaphor. Now I'll do my metaphor. Sandpaper. I found myself moments ago thinking about sandpaper. The different grits of sandpaper. You need the rough one. and we get it down to this. And then you did the slightly finer one. You get it down to this. We're at the point where we need like the finish carpenter, you know? We're just sanding the edges and trying to make it smooth and perfect to get it to that spot because the larger amount of work is done. But what you're saying is we need the fine sandpaper. We need the finish carpenter to shape this roster in the way to put it over the top.
That could be the hardest part, right? Is
Sure.
getting that last step. And I think where a lot of fans are right now is they are getting, and maybe this is why the GM is getting even more heat. There is an anxiety that is existing in people right now. Are they going to win one with him? Because he's 30, or he's turning 30 in 2 months. And he hasn't been to one yet. He hasn't won one yet. And I think there has been this confidence that I've had, I think everybody has had, ever since he became best 2 quarterback in the league,
2020.
that this is going to happen.
Yeah.
Like they've got time here, they're going to win one. And now we're through his 20s and it hasn't happened. And I think there are people that are getting really anxious at the idea of, I had one era of a near dynasty that got there 4 times and didn't win it. Now I've got this guy who is one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time, and I just can't get there.
Was the peak moment of that Josh bawling openly at the post-game press conference where he made it okay to start questioning? Like, if he's thinking this, if he's feeling this way, maybe is it okay for me to feel this way? I don't know.
I feel that. I do. Like, when the athlete says it, I think you're allowed to say it, too. There's a parallel here. When Alex Tuck said, we're not trying to squeak in, we're trying to win the cup. Like, all right, good. Now I get to say that, too.
Yeah.
He said it. It's not crazy, even though it still might feel a little bit crazy. All right, 803-0550, our phone number. Brad's hanging out for another segment. When we get back, we're going to do a thing, Brad, which, you know, once you're here, you'll start noticing the bullpen chat. Well, they call it the bullpen. I call it the chat. The YouTube comments. Every once in a while, we check in on what's going on in there.
Yeah.
Just because they're always talking about something. And Owen keeps tabs on the Petri dish.
Let me say this about the bullpen chat. The bullpen chat has found my show. I live stream at 10 o'clock every day.
You're on YouTube.
And they've moved over there. So, like, there's a group, and the conversation from here moves to there, and I never know what's going on. So this is good. This will be helpful.
The term I think you're looking for is cross-contamination.
Yeah, something. It's gross.
For better or for worse. No, we'll check with the bullpen. So if anybody wants a comment or a topic brought up, this is your time to do it. We'll check in the bullpen, in part because I just want to hear the music, because the music for the Open is really good. It's coming up next here on WGR. Paul, let's talk Team USA and the win they got over Latvia. We saw Tage Thompson and Jack Eichel connecting for a goal on the power play. Nice play from Thompson, and I guess like the big thing to talk about for Sabres fans is seeing Thompson in a couple different spots on that power play, including down low, a spot he's not often with the Sabres.
Well, it's like Thompson and Eichel are still playing together. I mean, it's like they picked up right where they left off when Eichel was a Sabre. They're both on that side, and they both are interchangeable in what we're seeing with them. It's like, for example, Thompson was in the corner, came out, Eichel found him, and he came out, made the play, scored the goal. Later on, they flipped, and now Eichel was down low, and that's when he found Matthews in front for the other power play goal. So they were interchanging over on that left side, kind of taking turns, which kind of makes a headache for the other team. Now, don't forget, Thompson only has 5 power play goals this year in the NHL. Yeah. Even strength goals, he's second in the league with 25. Mm-hmm. Only Nate McKinnon has more with 32. So, he has not been scoring power play goals this year. But as I said, he and Eichel were working it like they used to. And as I said, it didn't look like that they had been apart at all.
And Tage's spot on the power play for the Sabres has been established for quite some time. Joe, you've been going over numbers, though, about like his shooting percentage.
It's really low.
It's really low. I mean, I'm not out here to say the Sabres need to reinvent their power play because he has scored from over there quite a bit. But I wonder if Seth Appert watches and thinks, do I have someone that I could use with him over there to kind of run the same kind of thing where Tage would maybe move around a little more?
Well, insert the right name. It's Lindy Ruff, not Seth Appert. It's
sure.
Lindy Ruff's power play. And it's, the thing is with the Sabres, teams are taking him away. I mean, he might get the shot off, but it's not the Tage Thompson, cannon shot from there, because if he gets the shot, he really isn't getting a chance to wind it up and take the one-timer because they're taking it away from him. So That play is always going to be there for the Sabres until they do it enough that teams take it away. And that's, coming out from the corner and scoring that way on the power play. It's the reason it's there for the Sabres is because they rarely do it. And, they've only have a couple of goals doing it that way, so it's wide open. I think Tage did get a power play goal recently by coming out from the corner like that.
One thing that makes him different, I think, right now than the Ravens or the Bengals or these other teams that have the elite quarterbacks is your quarterbacks have had injury problems, and this one hasn't. Doesn't mean it can't happen. Knock on wood. Doesn't mean it can't happen. But
I'm just knocking for the next 5 minutes.
He battles through everything, and because that's the other part of it, right? Like Jackson at least does this. Mahomes and Burrow maybe don't. Like, there sometimes are, like, the mid-level injuries that they'll miss games for, and that doesn't happen with this quarterback.
That's right. Doesn't happen with this quarterback.
And the team is good enough when he's on the field that I think the lowest they would ever pick with him playing an entire year is, like, 22nd.
Not only does that not happen with Josh, and again, knocking on all the wood, when Josh is hurt, he doesn't tell you.
That's what I mean, right?
Like,
right.
The other quarterbacks will
I was
sometimes miss a game or let you know they're hurting. And for Josh, how are you? Fine. Next week, walking boot, crutches.
Yeah, he had a broken bone.
He does not tell you when he's hurt.
Right.
Did you break your hand? No, I'm fine. Next week, cast. Like, you sure about that?
Right.
He doesn't tell anybody when he's hurt.
Jimmy Vaughn. Vaughn? I know he hadn't done very well against this guy, but I got a hunch he's due.
Good morning to the chat on YouTube. The chat we're treating now as a character on the show.
See, that's why I love it. We don't even have to mention a guy and just bam, everyone's fist fighting in the chat.
The chat is like, you look out in your backyard and you see, like, what are the dogs doing out there? And you just find out, like, they're after something. All right. What's going on in the chat? Brad
always active.
Brad Riter's in the studio. We got 5 people.
Five talking
I don't
heads.
think we're capable of a quint box, are we?
Not on the fly.
Okay.
But give me the weekend.
I think
we'll
we would
get it
need
going.
3 more.
Where is Owen? Is he in the news booth over there?
Yeah, Owen's
I hear him, but there's a light in my face.
I'm sorry.
What's up,
We need
Bo?
an Octobox at some point.
Octobox. We need 8 people for that.
Octo.
We could always just do an Octobox with 5
It'd be
people
easier
and
to
3 empty spots.
It just makes more sense for like Dead Space, right? Fitting everything in.
Yeah.
It'll be like election night on Bloomberg.
All right, so we're checking on the bullpen. What's going on in the chat? Owen is always moderating in there. Brad Riter's here. Brad's going to be filling in with Tim Graham 1 to 3 all next week, and the week after that, Brad's on 1 to 3 as well. We're kind of familiarizing him with things around here, like the YouTube chat. They are often fighting about Owen Power.
I don't know if I've seen any Owen Power today, but that's probably because the Sabres haven't
Owen
played.
Power not. What are they arguing about in the chat today?
Lots of video game chat from earlier from our Super Mario Brothers discussions. We've got. I prompted everybody, like, give me what do you guys want to ask Brad and the guys. And there's a lot of the classic sort of bullpen trash that I have to sort through, but we've got some actual good questions about which pro sports league has the right to be the most upset about officiating, which we talked about a little bit earlier. We could get Brad's take on that. We could go. Let's see here. Oh man. Yeah, see, I gotta get through all the trash in here. It's our time.
Just picturing you like in the Star Wars episode where he's in the trash compactor and there's
right. The walls are closing in around
yes.
me, and I feel like I'm swimming.
That's an old
underwater.
person reference.
Yeah, well,
sorry. Every reference.
Still know about Star Wars,
Yeah,
man.
you got Brad. We're old now. That's the thing.
Star Wars is not.
He likes the other. He likes the prequel Star Wars stuff. Like,
yeah, but Joe's wrong about that.
What? The only good
young.
prequel is the third one. Like, what are we talking about?
Usually, that's the only one I actually defend.
This might be why I left the last time.
Right. We're old. So
I've only ever defended episode 3, I believe, not the entire set of 3.
You got no time for
Although
Jar
you
Jar.
kind of need the first. I don't need the Jar Jar Binks.
No Jar Jar love.
Couple of hours. No, I don't need that.
Here's an interesting one. What are you guys most excited about going into the new stadium for the Bills? Like,
Okay.
what's going to change that's really going to like get yourself going?
My favorite thing about the new stadium, I actually just reached out to our buddy John Polka with the Bills just to kind of like, hey, how are things going on down there? Because we've had a chance to go into the new stadium. Joe and I, Brad, here's a funny story about the new stadium. Joe and I each got seats in the new stadium, and separate of each other, we got seats in the same section in the same row.
Really?
Yes.
Totally by
We
accident.
were in the same
That's pretty
row.
great.
We were like 12 seats apart.
Yeah, we're
In
like
the
on either ends of the aisle.
60,000 seat stadium, we are 12 seats apart.
Yeah.
Happenstance.
That's fantastic.
Anyway,
it's
so
great for
we're-
carpooling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The thing I'm excited about in the new stadium is the change. There are a bunch of things. Like, it's all game day experience stuff. I don't think we are prepared for how loud it's going to be. I don't think we are ready for that.
There's never been anything catching it.
Right.
Catching the noise, right?
Right. We always think like, oh, our stadium is loud. Like, we're about to go on a whole nother level.
Well, there have to be some sort of Seattle acoustic stylings
Yes.
going
I think
on,
we're going to
right?
be looking at like people wear headphones and people wear earplugs like to concerts. That level of noise is going to be at the stadium. The other thing I think I'm really most excited about is that you will no longer have to plan your bathroom trips like you're on the thruway and you only have very select windows. Now you will leave your seat, walk halfway there, watch it standing because you can see from the entire stadium, and then pop in and pop out. And once everybody starts doing that, the idea of leaving for the bathroom and being gone for 24 minutes is over.
Well, that's the difference between sitting at the arena in the 200 level and everywhere else.
Yep.
Like the first time you sit in the 200 level and you're like, I got to run. And you wait, I'm going to wait till the play ends.
No,
okay,
you
now
see
I'm going
it.
to step in here. Now I'm popping out. Now they're dropping the puck. Like, that's perfect.
Yeah, you don't miss anything.
Yeah, I have an answer to what I'm looking forward to. And we can do this soon. Especially seeing that drone footage that was out yesterday flying over the stadium.
Yeah.
I want to see the whole part of whatever percentage of the seats are covered. I want a computer simulation of weather with the view from above and like winds from this area. So, like somebody will put that together. But the model of who's staying dry, who's getting wet, where's the sun. I'm very interested in it because it's such an oddly shaped building. It's like a bowl with a rim on it.
Yeah.
Like who's dry, who's wet, what's happening on the field. I'm curious about all that.
I wonder about shadows too. Like what time of year, time of day will there be shadows on the field? Because sometimes watching a game where there are shadows on the field can be tough.
Oh, yeah.
So I don't know what the sun's shadow might be. I can tell you though that Joe and I are not going to get wet because we are under the canopy. That was 100% a choice.
We are going to have the sun, I think, we are in the sun though, I believe.
Maybe.
I think, well, at least the day, maybe I shouldn't, because the day we were there, the sun was, like, we would be looking towards it. But we'd be looking down, so it's not like it'd be right in our face.
It's so funny
But,
trying to choose the best seat in Buffalo. It applies on September 4th and also on January 18th.
Yeah.
You're like, which one's the best for all of that? There's no good way to do it.
But you're going to have a different answer maybe for September and for December.
Right, but you only get to pick one seat, season-wise.
It was either last year or 2 years ago. It was not this past year. It must have been 2 years ago. There was 2 years ago, whatever game got really cold, we noted that the difference between the hottest and coldest game at the stadium was almost 100 degrees. Like, we were here when it was 93, and right now it's -5. Like, that's insane.
We used to do a bet with the UB broadcast on exactly that. Difference in temperature between season opener and season finale. And, season opener, we're in El Paso, Texas in September. And then the closer, we're in Bowling Green, Ohio in late November. And it would, get in that range, 80-degree different or something. 80-degree difference is the word I was trying to use.
Yeah. All right. What else? Anything else in the chat?
now everybody's just yelling about Jar Jar Binks. So I don't know. It's kind of the way it goes.
Tell them to keep that out of my chat because I got to leave here in a couple minutes and then I'm going to go home and I'm going to do my show. Riter Radio, it's called. It's on YouTube.
You don't need Jar Jar Binks in your life?
YouTube at Riter Radio. And a bunch of these guys come over, but don't bring your Jar Jar Binks crap to my show.
Yeah, I got to tell you, I wish I could tell you that I have the power over the bullpen to stop that, but I think you might be on your own, Brad. We did get, somebody asked me to ask about Red Murdoch. I don't know what that
Invited to the
mean,
combine?
Or, yes, okay, yes.
Invited to the combine. They've just had a string of stud linebackers, even dating beyond Khalil Mack. Running backs and linebackers, they've been producing them like crazy. Sean Dolak was a superstar for the team, a first-team All-American last year, and we're watching him going, when he leaves, it's okay because Red is here. Red was fantastic, super good dude. I am out of the business of predicting whether these mid-major guys are draft picks or not, but he's a guy that will be in an NFL camp. He could be a fourth-round draft pick, or he could be undrafted, but he'll get a chance to make a team for sure.
He set an NCAA record, didn't he? For
forced fumbles.
Forced fumbles.
Forced fumbles. This dude was, let's say he was 6 down. He tied, first of all, the top 2 forced fumble guys in college football history are both named Khalil, because Red Murdoch is Khalil. Murdoch passed Khalil Mack for that stat, but he called his shot before the season, needing like 6 of them or 7 of them, and he breezed right through it. So, yeah, good player, real good player.
Pretty good. I know he's a 90 in the video game, so I can tell you that.
Stud.
If they're drafting him based on that.
90, college football video game?
I think he's like a 93 in the video game.
Do you want to know a fun fact about college football, the video game?
What's that?
Brad, do you know any fun facts about college football, the video game?
I don't know what you're going for here.
Is the fun fact that we played one time and I beat you like 85-4, and then we've never played again?
I know what this is going to be. Wait, is this about UCLA and that safety named Page?
This is how Brad and I played approximately 300 times in NCAA college football 2003, and he won exactly 0 games.
Really?
Yeah, 0.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? He kept showing up.
Yeah, that's right.
You lost by 70 to me. I never saw you again.
I lost my fastball.
What would happen if I played Joe?
Oh,
not good.
You'd be, at halftime be like, I don't want to do this anymore. These kids have evolved past us. You know, I'm like the hockey player smoking darts in intermission trying to cover McDavid. Like this is like all right, okay. The kids today are better than I was. Just how it goes. Yeah, Brad and I played a lot, and it would have been funny if your return to GR filling in again. What Brad Sirkis filling in 1 to 3 next couple of weeks, filling in with Tim Graham next week. It would have been funny if like the first show you're on, you're like, all right, so Bill's head coach Philip Rivers. Like that would have been something.
Insane.
Yeah.
Brad and I banged the table hard for Philip Rivers.
We really did. We got to interview him and everything.
Yeah.
Remember that? It was like 4 minutes long, and he was in an airport, and it wasn't great.
Yeah.
But we got him.
We got his coach. We got everybody.
Yeah, that was fun.
He didn't make it near it though.
No, when we started talking about it, he was like a second-round prospect. Then he went 4th to the team that was picking 1.
Right, because we learned that too. We learned that the team that was picking 1 thought he was the best player in the draft, but also knew they'd get more if they took Eli. So yeah, we had it locked in that year, that 04 draft.
We did. Somebody in the chat asking if Brad and I ever lived together. No, we did not.
I had to think about that for a second. No,
we did go to the Belmont Stakes together to see Smarty Jones attempt to win the Triple Crown, and he did not. That was a fun trip.
Yeah. We've done a lot of stuff. We've known each other for a long time. The college football thing, that was show prep back in the day because we were doing a show at night, and we would just hang out all day in our respective apartments playing college football with little headsets on. Reminds me of my kids now. They can't wait to get on Fortnite because that's the way they talk to their friends.
Yeah.
And we were doing this 20 years ago.
Yeah. All right, we'll let you get out of here because you've got your show, Riter Radio on YouTube, and we'll be listening. So Monday, 1 to 3 with Tim Graham.
Yep, looking forward to it. Awesome. At Brad Riter on Twitter or X.
Yep,
Have you made the complete switch? Do you just call it X or do you call it Twitter?
I call it Twitter.
I feel like at some point I got to just go X.
I just call it Twitter.
I'm not doing it.
You're just going with Twitter?
Everyone knows what you're talking about.
I'm not doing it.
All right. I'm going to stick with Twitter.
As long as the term tweet still exists.
That's what I say.
Like I'm changing off of that.
I'm not Xing it on Twitter.
Nope.
But I could tweet it on X.
Not
so
changing.
All right. Well, at Brad Riter, I need people on there because I'm realizing right as Twitter became a thing is right as I kind of dropped off. So I'm in like this 8,000 followers-ish area, and I need more like by Monday, please.
All right. So follow Brad. Everybody in the bullpen do that. At Brad Riter, that simple?
That's it. That's it. Riter.
All right, very good. Thanks, Brad. We'll be listening on Monday.
Thanks, guys. Bye.
All right. Extendo Sports coming up here on WGR. Maybe
we learned
He has
yesterday.
no clue.
We learned that goaltender interference in hockey internationally is different
Yes.
than the NHL.
You just can't be in the crease like at all.
Yeah, there's
Even
zero.
if you don't, because on the goal that got taken off the board by the U.S., I didn't really think they made much contact at all. Like,
No.
he maybe touched Merzlikins, but I didn't think did anything to inhibit his ability to make the save. But then, of course, the rule is if you're in the crease, it doesn't really matter if you make contact. Like,
Yep.
that's getting taken off the board.
Yeah, in the NHL, that goal stands, I think, 100 times out of 100, maybe 99 times out of 100. We've seen some bad
I'll
calls.
say 99.
But, and you're watching that.
Yeah. I the first thought I had was I like that I know the answer quickly with their rule set. Like I know
it's not
as soon as
it's
see,
not as subjective.
It's just he's in the crease. That's not going to count.
That's a good point.
Right.
It's over. I don't need to think about it. It's done. Like I think is it soft? Yeah. Does it make any difference to Merzlikins making that save? Absolutely not. But he was there, and that's the rule, and it's a black and white thing. You can just say, oh, this is the rule. This doesn't count. The NHL is a nightmare. If that happened in the NHL, like you said, I think it's probably 99 out of 100. But do you know? No. Nobody has any clue what's going to happen on that.
Whatever mood the ref's in that night.
And so I think overall, my thought was like, oh, this is kind of nice to know. I know why this isn't going to count. This is not going to count. I have no debate about it. I'm just going to let them review it stupidly because that's, takes forever anyways. But I know the answer, and it's clear. And the players know the answer, and that is maybe the most important thing.
Yep.
Is every team in this tournament right now is playing that goal for their players and going, look it.
Don't stand here.
Don't go into the crease. It will not count. And I think that's good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I after the initial, that's really soft. That, in my mind should count. But in their rule book, it doesn't. And I think it's more obvious and clear. So that's probably a good thing overall for fans.
I am an old man yelling at a cloud. I, of course, complain about officiating and rules analysts and everything. I think that hockey has been ruined more than any other sport for replay. Hockey has destroyed its product with replay, is what I think about it. And it doesn't have to be specific to that goaltender interference call. It's how many events do I even get in a night? And every single one of them, I immediately after it have to think, okay, let's all take a look and see if this counted. We are at 20 years. Mm-hmm. Is it 20? No, I'm sorry, 10 years.
10 years.
10 years of the offside challenge, ruining this sport. Absolutely ruining it on every level. From the Olympic level to go watch a game at Canisius and there's a challenge for offside. The sport has been absolutely ruined by offside challenges and by review, by endless review, by referees on iPads. I can't say it strongly enough without yelling more. Am I nuts that this sport has been ruined the most? I don't like replay all over the place. I don't like too much replay. If you're going to call and tell me, well, football does, I'm like, I wouldn't disagree. Soccer and VAR and like everything's got some. Yeah. You can't escape replay. But to me, the whole argument the NHL used to have, which, like, hey, it's the best sport in the world to go see live. You got to see this game live. You won't believe how fast it is. Like, yeah. And then you get there and you'll see something amazing, and you have to wait for officials to tell you if it counted. Mm. It has been ruined. Sal Capaccio coming up with the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Sal will, of course, be going to the Combine when that thing gets rolling out, which is
I'm looking forward to joining. Well, I think Tim will be there as well, but he'll be joining Brad, and I'll be joining Brad and Tim.
Yeah.
And
next week
that'll all be happening. I mean, it's gonna be crazy. It's awesome, man. I'm so glad. I'm looking forward to it and hearing both those guys, friends of ours, friends of mine, and it's gonna be really cool, man.
They'll both be on next week. The week after that is when the Combine gets started. You'll be there. Tim will be there. Brad will be back here.
That's right.
Yeah, February 26th.
But next week though, you will not hear me at all. I mean, you might see me on social. We're leaving tomorrow, and I'm going to be on vacation. We're going on a cruise next week, so I'll be gone. And I don't know if and also tomorrow night, guys. I don't know if you saw it when it was in Buffalo. I missed it, so I wanted to do this. Our cruise ship actually leaves out of New York City on Sunday, so we're going to New York tomorrow, and then tomorrow night we're going to see MJ the Musical on Broadway.
I don't know anything about this, the musical.
Oh, Michael Jackson, the musical?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's like watching a Michael Jackson show, basically, but it's a musical. It's a play. But it was here at Shays, and it's on tour. But, to see a Broadway show on Broadway is cool, right? You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
So we're going to do that. And then we're taking off, and I'll be in the Bahamas, actually, next week, most of the week. A little bit of Florida, a little bit of the Bahamas.
So. Just get away before the Combine?
Yes, and then get back and then fly right to Indy for the Combine. I'll see Tim there. He'll be on with Brad. I'll be on with Brad. I've touched base. We're gonna make sure we touch all the day parts with you guys as well. So literally Monday morning, the 23rd, I'll join you guys from Indy, and we'll set the Combine up. And then we're gonna hear. The plan is right now. I believe we will hear from both Joe Brady and Brandon Beane on Tuesday, the 24th in Indianapolis.
At NFL, maybe not NFL.com. Where do I have this? Sorry, I just have seen. It's Matt Miller, NFL Draft Scout, has put out his latest rankings for the draft. He has 11 first-round grades. Only 11 players right now have a first-round grade.
I know how much you love that.
Well, it's fine. I just want teams to start acting like it. He has one quarterback, Fernando Mendoza, one running back, Jeremiah Love, two receivers, Mekhi Lemon and Carnell Tate, one tight end, Kenyon Sadiq of Oregon, one tackle, two edge rushers, David Bailey of Texas Tech and Ruben Bain of Miami. No defensive tackles, two linebackers, no corners, one safety. The fun thing about this list, 4 out of 11 first-round grades, 4 of them are Ohio State Buckeyes. 11 total. So, anyway. I don't mind I don't mind there only being 11 first-round grades. I just want teams at the end of the first round to start acting like it. Go get a guy with a first-round grade then.
Well, I know. Well, I mean, I think they try sometimes, but the cost is prohibitive. You saw about the kid Chambliss, right? Trinidad Chambliss?
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, isn't this kind of incredible to think right now that these athletes are suing the NCAA to stay in college versus when Maurice Clarett sued to go to the NFL draft, right?
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, and he won, right?
It's wild.
He got his 6th year. So
yeah, it's incredible.
He's staying in Ole Miss
because of what's happening now with everything and the way it works. Did you also see, guys, the report that week 1 of the NFL season that will be the Australia game?
Yeah.
And it will either be
Wednesday
Australia, Thursday Seahawks, or Wednesday Seahawks, Thursday Australia, it looks like.
I feel like
into it no matter what. Into it.
Yeah. I mean, it's probably fair. I'm not sure a one day matters this much, but it's probably fairest to the teams going to Australia to do it on Wednesday. But
I agree, because then you get more time to come back too, right? I mean, it's a long flight. We did that flight. It's from here, it's 20 hours, but West Coast too. I mean, it's going to be about 16 hours from the West Coast. It's crazy.
I think means, doesn't it? Don't you think, Sal, that if the Rams had won the Super Bowl, that the season opener would be in Australia?
No,
I think they would have made it week 2.
No, I get what you're saying here, because it was only going to be week 1.
Right,
you kind of can't make it week 2.
They really wanted it to be week 1 because then you have a lot of time before that to get there and adjust. And if you give teams only a week, that makes it harder. But
I guess, they could have done this, Joe, and said, look, we'll still open Australia, but then we'll have them home week 2 to raise the banner, right? They could have done that too.
Yeah. True.
The problem is this year, guys, I don't know if you know, but because of the law that was enacted back in the 60s, and this year, because Labor Day is so late this year and the season starts late, they can't play on Friday night that week. They're not supposed to, because it interferes with high school football, and that's a law. It says you can't do that. Because the second Friday in September once that happens, the NFL is not allowed to play on Friday nights starting that week, and that's the week of Week 1 this year.
Right. That only in the U.S. though, right? Isn't the way around that they've been playing out of the country?
No, I think that's a different
different.
thing.
Okay.
This one is like they can't play at all.
I see. Okay.
But the one before that you're talking about, it would have had to be. Those were different weeks. You could do it in countries. But anyway, Joe, maybe I could dig into
but
it. But I think
that
early. Was the plan.
Yeah, but they were
That is
so
correct.
early in the season because it was Week 1, so maybe that's why too.
One other thing, Sal, this will be interesting for the combine when you are there, and next week you're off. But are you starting to buy the momentum that this offseason in the NFL will be one that is primarily about trades? Because the draft class is, here we said 11 first-round picks. The draft class is maybe not that exciting. The free agent crop, not that exciting. The teams that want a difference maker will, in fact, be making trades to get them.
I think that's probably right. And the other part of that is you saw the report from Adam Schefter that there's going to be a rules proposal this year that teams can now trade. They want to be able to trade somebody, could be the Bills. For all I know, I have no idea. There's going to be a proposal that teams can trade five years out of draft picks instead of the limit of 3.
Yeah.
Do you allow more trades?
Do you see any downside to that?
I can't imagine that gets implemented by the time this draft comes around, does it?
Oh, I think it could, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Because they'll vote on it in March at the owners' meetings a month before the draft.
Right.
I wonder what the no vote is. Like, you can just say, sure, you do it. I won't make that trade. Like, if you want to, why am I stopping you?
Sure, absolutely. I don't think there's a problem with it. I think almost all teams would think, oh, this is a great way for me to spread more money out and years out and void years and, things like that. I mean, that's all different, but you know what I mean? Just ways to adjust my roster a little bit to allow for guys to come in and if there's a big contract I want to trade for, I can trade draft picks a little bit farther out to make it like a little more palatable for me, I guess. I don't know. It's a weird thing in my head the way I'm saying it. Might not make sense, but yes, I don't think there's much of a downside there, yes.
All right. Sal, what do you got coming up today on the show?
A lot today. So, we'll just talk and take calls to start the show. If anybody wants to chime in on, what they're looking forward to in the offseason for the Bills, we'll do that at 10:30. Guys, I mean, another incredible basketball season from Damon men's basketball. Mike McDonald's going to join me. I mean, again, they're on track to be like the 1 seed maybe in the Division II tournament, and this weekend's kind of like they're wrapping up their regular season soon. We're getting to March, right? That's the smaller conferences and divisions, they start earlier in March. So we're going to have Mike McDonald on Damon men's basketball at 10:30. At 11, Paul's going to join me to talk a little bit about what's been going on at the Olympics. Today, obviously, a couple of games. Sweden loses today. We saw yesterday Canada and the United States. Then it's our weekly Bandit segment at 11:15. John Gertler, play-by-play man, is going to join me. And then at 11:30, for all of those of you out there who have kids going on February break, you need to know what the weather's going to be, right? So Pat Hammer joins me at 11:30 today.
Very good. Thanks, Sal.
You got it, guys.
So Capaccio, he's coming up next to the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. We're signing off. I'm wearing my train conductor, wide receiver train hat, courtesy of the Upward Niagara Chamber of Commerce Awards. They gave us each one of these. The chat likes it. They think it's a good look.
It's a good hat.
Am I pulling it off?
Yeah.
It's comfy.
Yeah, I put mine on yesterday, and it has a little bit more space in it.
I have a giant
head.
head.
It's a little more baggy.
I need that.
I think.
Yeah. All right. We're back Monday. Thanks to Paul Hamilton. Thanks to Dave Buchanan. Thanks to Brad Riter. We'll talk to you Monday here on WGR.